don't know if it's working or not.
Yes, it's live. I see it. We're live now.
I see it. Live. I see it.
Diving masks are quite simple. A piece of glass, a frame, rubber, and a nose. But has it always been like this? To find out, we have to go about 80 years back in time. In Genoa, Italy, around 1940, Europe was going through World War II. Hard times. Egidio Cressi was a sportsman. He and his friends were passionate about the sea. They were swimmers, sailors, fishermen, and they wanted to dive. But diving gear almost didn't exist yet. So Egidio started building it for himself. Goggles out of truck tires, fins out of wood, guns out of World War II memorabilia that at the time everyone had in their basement. First, he did this in his garage for him and his friends. Then he started selling it, and finally he quit his job and started the adventure. In 1946, Cressi Sub was born. Together with Egidio was his brother Nani. They were a formidable couple. Egidio, the adventurer, Nani, the businessman, who had managed the crazy ride that just begun. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, they invented and produced tons of gear, rebreathers, regulators, and goggles, to which eventually they added a nose. Pinocchio was the first mask ever to feature a nose and make equalization possible, and it's still sold today. By the 1970s, Cressi was a recognized iconic brand in the diving industry who sponsored incredible athletes, and together with them, we tested the limits of diving, science, and materials. In the hands of Antonio, the son of Nani, the company grew steady and strong, opening offices in Europe and the rest of the world. Today, Cressi has branches in France, Spain, USA, Mexico, Brazil, Australia, Thailand, and China. The company is still family-owned. This thing is very important to us, and it is for you too. It means that we care more. We want our products to be beyond good. They must be excellent. Why? Because Cressi is our family name, not just a brand.
Good morning, all of you, and welcome to our CIVE III. And we are really excited to spend a few hours with you today. We have a very nice team today with a lot of presentation, and we want to make this journey a real aquatic dialogue. We are from everywhere, from Europe, from Italy, from Grand Cayman to start today. And I'm really proud to share and to manage this event with the CIVE team, with Federica and Theo. And we will start in just in a few seconds, few minutes with Jason and Boris for the first presentation. Theo, do you want to add something just to welcome?
Yeah, for people that don't recognize Boris Sanchez, he works for CNN. And on the other side, there's Jason Washington. I'm in the lucky position that I can call Jason a friend. We know each other for decades, and he and Boris are both free divers. But Jason brought Boris to the table to interview him, since Jason is our ambassador. He's one of our Cressi ambassadors. And he's also, besides a free diver, very talented underwater photographer, he's the owner of Ambassador Divers, a dive school that is very well known in Grand Cayman. Right, Jason?
That's correct. I wear a lot of hats.
It's true. People by now should know you all over the globe with all the things that you're doing.
We got a lot going on, man, but I'm excited to talk to these guys today, and it's good to see you guys, and can't wait to see you on your next rotation through the Cayman Islands.
Planning to book today. Seriously.
Fantastic.
Okay, Jason, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Cressi world, Cressi Facebook world, where we're live on Facebook and we're live on YouTube. And I'm here with my friend Boris Sanchez. Boris, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, Jason, and good morning, Cressi World. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm really excited to get a chance to chat as part of this with my good friend Jason. Obviously, a world-class photographer, a member of the Scuba Diving World Hall of Fame, and for better or worse, my sort of free diving mentor, instructor. I'm really excited to talk about ocean conservation through photography and creating the next generation of ocean ambassadors.
Well, listen, for those of you who don't know or aren't familiar with Boris, Boris works for CNN, but I'm going to expose Boris today for who he actually is. Boris is actually a great breath hold diver, and he and I met years ago through scuba diving. And Theo can attest to this, that a lot of professional scuba divers and later in life become professional free divers because, you know, it's something that we do often, and it's part of it's a tool in our toolbox, and we just become more passionate about it. I feel like as we get older. And I want to share with you guys quickly a video so that we can give Boris some street cred on this Cressi call, to show the world that Boris can actually dive. So bear with me. I'm going to share my screen. It's a very short video. It's about 2 minutes. And here we go.
So what's the plan? So we're going to drop in today, right behind the boat. The area that I brought us to is right on the edge of the drop off. The top of the reef here is going to be about 60 feet of water. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop the line in. We've got plenty of depth here. We'll easily be able to drop it down to past 100 feet. So that's your job today, my friend. 100 feet. We're going to set it up, jump in the water, do our breathe ups, and off we go. Okay. Overall, a great job, man. Like, it was a little challenging for a line diving session because we had current. Right. You could see the shake in the line as it went down. Oh, yeah. That's the current passing around that line. So it was pretty heavy current. And as we're going up and down, we're not going straight up and down because we're fighting the current. Right. So it made it slightly more difficult. So really, your 100-foot dive was really like 200 feet.
I'd say like 250, it felt like.
All right, guys. Stop share. All right. So that was Boris. And now you guys know he's a legit diver. And did you see those skills, man? Like that. That's actually a really good accomplishment, because I think that was like our 4th or 5th training session. Like, it wasn't, you weren't doing it a lot at that point.
That music makes it sound like we were like on a special mission or something. It was, I felt like James Bond with that playing in the background. And I'm glad you also didn't show all the failed attempts before that. And it was only the one that was actually successful.
Just the money shot, man. Just the money shot.
So Jason, let's turn the tables now and talk about you. Obviously, as I noted before, your work has been seen all around the world in ad campaigns for all sorts of major brands. And notably, I think the reason that you got into photography has a lot to do with your passion for the ocean and protecting it.
Absolutely. You know, it's, you know, the theme of today's talk is, you know, ocean conservation through underwater photography. And it's something that that I talk a lot about because I'm passionate about it. And, to be able to share these images and our marine life with the planet, with the non-divers out there, it's really what gets me up in the morning and sends me through my day. I'm really passionate about it, and working with these guys at Cressi and other like-minded individuals that are also appreciative of the ocean and we would call waterborne or water people. It's an amazing life and an amazing lifestyle.
And one of the most impressive campaigns, I'd say personally for me, that I've seen you put together was for Adidas and Major League Soccer, specifically Inter Miami. You've done now 3 of their sort of jersey campaigns, right? Because they're taking plastics recovered from the ocean and building soccer kits out of it.
That's correct. So let's go to the last campaign and we'll start there. But we've done 3 with them, and each year Major League Soccer releases, I should say, Adidas builds a jersey for Major League Soccer. It's a special jersey. Last year was called the One Planet jersey, and that is, as you'd mentioned, made from recycled ocean plastics. Now, what's important about that? Well, from a underwater photographer standpoint, from a marine enthusiast standpoint, from an ocean conservation standpoint, it has a lot of weight, because what we've chosen to do specifically, I'm going to try to share my screen with last year's image so that people can see a little bit of what we're talking about as I go through this process with you guys. Share, bear with me. Boris, I'm sorry, mate. I'm getting there.
Oh, no worries, man.
All right, here we go. So can you guys see that?
Yep, crystal.
Okay. So let's talk about this image and how it pertains to the subject matter of our conversation today. That jersey that our model is wearing is made from recycled ocean plastics. That shark on her right-hand side is a critically endangered hammerhead. Now, when Adidas, actually when Inter Miami, Mike Ridley and his team at Inter Miami, those are the guys, those are the brains behind this thing. They just hire me to develop the theme and take the shot. But they're the ones that set me out on this amazing journey. So kudos to those guys. Now, what's important about this shot is not just that the jersey's made from recycled ocean plastics. It's not just that's a critically endangered shark next to it. It's not just the fact that I have a young female barefoot laying next to this thing that would be considered a man-eater. There's a lot of hidden messages in this image. And for the diving community, especially the people that know me, they know why I took this shot. They know why I designed it this way, because I want to highlight the fact that ocean plastics are a giant issue, and it's something that you and I can, affect. I want to highlight the fact that hammerhead sharks are critically endangered, and they deserve our protection. And I also want to highlight the fact that there was a movie that was made when was Jaws come out? 1950s or 60s? Jaws came out, and it scared everyone to death. And everyone's been afraid of sharks ever since. So the third message in this image is that, look, Coral's laying next to this giant hammerhead shark, and it's not eating her. It's not killing her. The sharks are wild animals. They deserve respect, but they're certainly not the mindless killers that the media has, or I should say, entertainment industry has portrayed them out to be. So there's a lot of hidden messages in this. And as an underwater photographer, I think it's important to be able to share this type of imagery with the world, because it starts a conversation. And it's a great opportunity for myself, for Adidas, for Inter Miami, for Major League Soccer, to all throw our hats in the ring together collectively and share this image out. Now, this campaign this is the most recent one. And this image just on the Inter Miami site reached, I think it was 2.25 million people in 24 hours. So it's very powerful. And, without, getting in the water and seeing something like this, you're never going to be turned on to it. So these images are more and more important, especially in this day and age of social media.
Absolutely. And like you said, Jason, there's a lot of layers in that image, not just the fact that she's next to a shark, but the jersey that she's wearing. It illuminates some of the challenges for ocean life. And we've talked often about all the challenges the ocean is facing. One of them has to do with invasive species. And you're very passionate about lionfish specifically. And we've talked about how in the Cayman Islands, they've kind of set the example for the rest of the Caribbean when it comes to lionfish. So before we get into the next image and kind of what that entails, talk to us about why lionfish are so destructive.
So yeah, so this is obviously near and dear to my heart. Lionfish are not from the Atlantic or the Caribbean; they're from the Indo-Pacific region, and they are an invasive species. So what does that mean? Well, they have in our waters where they've come to make home, they have no natural predation. So I think even still to date, there's not been any documented case of natural predation on lionfish from a native species from the Atlantic or Caribbean. Not to say this not happening, but we've not seen it. But let me jump back a step. These fish were purchased as probably aquarium fish in the United States or all over the world. But what people don't realize about lionfish is that you buy your son a lionfish or your daughter and you put it in their aquarium and you come home after a long day at work and suddenly the lionfish is the only fish in the aquarium because they eat everything. And, that's an issue, especially when there's no natural predation. So you take a lionfish that was probably eating all the fish inside somebody's aquarium, then they took it and they released it into a canal rather than euthanizing the fish. And it only took 1 or 2 interactions with a male and a female that were released. And we have this giant explosion. And it happens quickly because lionfish can have 30,000 babies every 4 days. So it's an issue. Now, we knew that the lionfish were coming to the Cayman Islands via the ocean currents. We knew they sort of run up the east coast of the United States, and they've been seen in the Carolinas in the 80s and 90s. So they pushed up, they got to up around New York where the water was cold enough that they wouldn't reproduce. So they turned with the current and rode it back down, past Bermuda, past the Bahamas. Once it hit that area, we knew for sure we were going to get hit with these fish. And once they entered the Caribbean, I petitioned the Department of Environment of the Cayman Islands, and they in turn petitioned the Marine Conservation Board. And we decided to create a tournament system where we would incentivize local colors to go out and hunt lionfish. We would take those fish to a restaurant, and then the restaurant would feed them to the public for free. And this in and of itself was pretty successful in the Cayman Islands. It really blew up when we were able to get some media on board. So we got early on, we got Tony Bourdain of CNN. I'm not sure if he was at CNN that time. I think he probably was. We had Jose Andres, who's still, my biggest champion for this cause. We got those guys involved, and they were able to spread the word on a much larger scale. But I'm going to share with you this image just because it pertains to so much to exactly what we're talking about here, in that, it's another example of a. All right, can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, it's a great example of photography through ocean conservation through photography. So when people see an image like this, by the way, this is fun too, right? This is not just all about going out and creating awareness, and it's we also have fun while we're doing this. And hunting lionfish, especially freediving, is I don't spearfish any other fish on this planet. I spearfish lionfish all the time because we need to. But this image is powerful because you see the model with the fish, and it starts a conversation. A lot of people look at this, and firstly, they're probably thinking, what kind of fish is that? Secondly, wow, look at this, beautiful blue water and what's going on in this scene. And I want to know more. So it starts a conversation. And probably the most important part of that, this whole process is I can share this image with not just other water enthusiasts, not just other underwater photography enthusiasts, not just other lionfish freediving spearfishing enthusiasts. This image, like the previous images, reaches an audience that otherwise wouldn't have any idea what the plight of our seas are when it pertains to Indo-Pacific red lionfish and this invasive species. So it's an important message to share, and it's as easy as going out with your camera into the ocean, taking photographs and sharing them online, because people see them and they think, wow, what is this? And it makes them want to get involved. It makes them want to ask questions.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because one of the things that got me very excited about freediving specifically were the images that you were taking. And in both of these examples, these were shot while freediving. And going back specifically to the first one, the Adidas shoot, talk to us first about why it is that you decide to shoot something like that as a free diver, specifically with hammerheads, and what kind of challenges that presents. Because as you said, it is easy, but I'm not sure a whole lot of people can capture an image like that one the way you did.
Well, so I'll push back a little bit there. That was not an easy shot. That was a very difficult shot. And, you know, they say I think in Hollywood, you know, don't work with children or animals. You know, animals are, they're going to do what they're going to do. Right. And what made that shot difficult were many factors. So firstly, we had 6 days over there to get that one image. And after day 3, I didn't know if we were going to get it. Like, we would get close. So let me talk you through the process. So Coral and myself are breathing up on the surface. There is a feeder, a bait station down below. This is in Bimini. So this is, by the way, if anybody ever wants to go dive with great hammerheads, I would recommend Bimini. It's an amazing place to get really up close and personal with these graceful, amazing creatures. But the process we had going on there was, we had a football, right? And from a photographer standpoint, I'm going to geek out a little bit here. The hardest part for me was, I wanted the Adidas as a sponsor of this shoot. So I need the Adidas logo to face up. And that doesn't always happen, because we would take the football down to the bottom, which, by the way, was filled with lead and water, so it would sink, but still retain its size. You take the football down to the bottom, put it logo up, and then the nurse sharks would swim up and kick it around like it's a game. And it was, and I think in the final image, you don't even see the Adidas logo on the football, because I just couldn't at the end. I would have to dive down, reposition it. As soon as I swim away from it, sharks would come over and go, "What's this thing? Is it food? Can we eat it?" So they would batter it around, and it would roll sideways and whatnot. But then the second biggest challenge was, Coral had to free dive down with no fins to the bottom, lay flat on the sea floor. Now, mind you, in that image, she's not wearing any weights. So she would free dive down to depth, to the bottom, exhale, and lay flat. And then we would hope and pray that the shark passed her in the correct angle at the right direction at the right time. I mean, this was a difficult process. And if anybody's interested in seeing, I have a video of this on my YouTube channel and on my Instagram channel as well. But it's worth a watch. It was difficult, you know, trying to figure out what the sharks were going to do, where they were going to be, how are they going to react with her laying on the sea floor. We had, in addition to the feeder, we had a safety diver on scuba, and we had a safety diver on free. So we had our bases covered from a safety standpoint, which, by the way, when we're talking about free diving, we should always say that is the number one thing, the number one aspect that I'm going to take into consideration every time, is safety first. So we had it pretty safe, but it was a very, very challenging shot. We chose to do that there, obviously, as I'd mentioned before, because it's one of the only places in the world where we can get that close to that species. And when they reached out to me, you know, the previous 2 years we had done, I'll show you, I think I've got one of the images here on my computer from the year before, which we did in the Cayman Islands. So I'll share this with you now. This image was also difficult because it was with animals, and you know, what are you going to do? You know, they're going to do what they're going to do, and you know, we're going to do our best to get what we came to get. But it was challenging. Can you guys see that?
Yep. Okay,
this is the previous year, and again, it's a freediving shot, and Stingray City, Cayman Islands. This was a little bit easier because I didn't have to travel to the Bahamas to do it, but and I'm also more familiar working with stingrays than I am hammerheads, but challenging nonetheless.
So just to try to put a button on it, why is it that you choose to do this while free diving? Because obviously your model's free diving, but you are as well. And I imagine that that can complicate things after a long day of shooting.
100%. So the biggest thing when it comes to big animals or sharks, when you're anybody who's been freediving and scuba diving with these large marine animals, rather mammals or fish, will know that on scuba, nothing really wants to come that close to you. You're really kind of stuck with this loud, bubbly noise coming out of you unless you're on some sort of closed circuit rebreather unit. So the fish, they don't want to be around you. They don't want to get close. So when you're freediving, the sharks specifically, for me, they look at you as if you're just another fish. So they come to you, they swim to you, they hang out close, they stay around, versus on scuba, they just kind of make an appearance and swim away. Now, there's a little bit more nuance to that, but I won't get into it. Freediving with a model is super important. And for my style of photography, a lot of people don't realize that 99% of the imagery that I create is on a breath hold. I very rarely shoot on scuba anymore unless the gig calls for it. So most of the time when it's my choice, we're freediving. Now, what's important to know about freediving photography versus scuba photography is that, let's say that I'm a scuba diver and I'm shooting a freediving model. That diver will have to swim to depth, pose whilst I'm on the bottom with my camera or mid-water, wherever I am, and then ascend, and then dive, pose, ascend, and I'm staying down the whole time because I can't on scuba just go up and have a conversation between every dive, versus free diving where we dive together, she poses, we swim up, we have a short conversation, we make an adjustment, we drop back down. And that gets me to the next level of photography because I'm not stuck in one position shooting the same image. I can tell my model, listen, you see this light ray right here? We want that to shine across the right side of your face. You're going to put just this part of your face in that light ray. And if I'm on scuba, I can never convey that to the model. So it makes it a lot easier for me and the model, I feel, to get a really high quality image by utilizing freediving versus scuba diving.
You mentioned having a conversation with the model about light, and one of the things that stands out about your images is specifically the way you use light underwater. I think it's really unique, and also something that I've always been fascinated by, because I imagine you take like 1,000, 2,000 images to get one right. Talk to us about your thinking when it comes to approaching light underwater in the context of the process.
Absolutely. Well, you touched on one thing that I'll start with, in that 1,000 or 2,000 images is that's usually what comes back in the camera, sometimes more, especially on like one of those Adidas shoots. Our new technology, our new camera systems have the ability to shoot at an incredibly high frame rate. So if I'm watching, for instance, a bird take off and land, and I'm a bird photographer, there's going to be a perfect image where maybe one leg is left behind and the other one is just starting to take flight and the wings are opening up and there's a magical moment there. It's not to say that the image before it or the image after it isn't magical, but there's only one best image in a group of images. So I'd rather always choose the best of 1,000 than the best of 100. So that's my thought on that. But when it comes to, sorry, what was the second part of the question? Was ambient light.
Yeah.
Light. So this one for me is key. And I'm very proud of this because I feel like I pioneered this path. Ambient light photography has always been a thing for professional photographers. When I was younger, and I would look at some of my favorite publications, and National Geographic comes to mind. You can flip through that magazine page after page after page, and the imagery is stunning. It tells a great story. What you'll notice about that imagery is that there's no artificial light. There's no strobe photography on those shots. Very few. It's all ambient light stuff. And when I looked at what I was looking at in the diving world, I've been in the Cayman Islands since the 90s, and I've owned a dive shop down here since that time, and I've been involved in the industry for a long time. And all the imagery that I would see, especially back in the 90s and early 2000s, was heavily awash and artificial light. And that does a few things. Firstly, when you're underwater and you see something, as you approach it, it's not the same color it is if you shine a light on it. So it doesn't appear natural or normal where you would see it with your normal eyes. The oversaturation of colors through artificial lights is off-putting to me. So I decided that ambient light was going to be my thing. And it started with, you know, a kind of an old crappy camera that wasn't really that able to produce amazing ambient light images, except in very specific underwater scene scenario circumstances. And then over the years, the cameras got better and better at their low light capabilities, and the imagery got better and better and better. And to this point now where, you know, if I'm going on a trip to photograph anything, if it's not macro, by the way, because macro photography pretty much requires artificial light, not always, but pretty much. If I'm going on a trip somewhere to shoot anything, I'm going with an ambient light rig. That is it. And, you know, not only does this allow me to create an image with what I would consider to be perfect tonality to represent the marine environment in a proper way, but it's also, I don't have these giant arms sticking out from my camera, so it's easier for me to free dive with that rig without all that artificial light on it.
Awesome. I just want to let our viewers know, if you have any questions, feel free to submit them. We can pose them to Jason. So I think you just send those in either through Facebook or YouTube. We'll get them and we'll make them part of the conversation as well. So it's an interactive dialogue. Jason, let's step back, because you talked about initially your first interest in underwater photography. What got you interested in the ocean to begin with?
You know, I grew up in an area where there was a lake, a man-made lake. And what's interesting, it's actually a very interesting story. In the 1930s, I was born in Missouri. So in the Arkansas-Missouri border, there's this mountainous area. It's actually a town called Mountain Home. And in the 1930s, the Corps of Engineers dammed up the Norfolk River that ran through this valley. And when they dammed it up to make hydroelectric power, they sank this valley, and there's a town still down there. So my early years were spent, you know, on that lake, and it was actually a pretty popular scuba diving destination. One of the coolest dive sites, they've got this this bridge that used to go across the Norfolk River. So now it's 80 feet below the surface. So you swim down 80 feet in this, and you hit this, you find this weird Kevin Costner-esque water world place, right? And you know, people go there and just dive and have fun. But that was my first real introduction into it. But growing up, it was on the water, on the, you know, in a kayak, in a canoe, on a, you know, a ski boat. It was always surrounded. I was always on the water. So it was a natural process for me to move into the diving industry. My old man got me into it. I was diving before I was certified, breaking all the rules, as I'm sure some of these people on this panel were doing as well. And then, you know, I eventually went and got the proper certifications and moved to the Cayman Islands. And I've been here more than half my life, and Grand Cayman is my home. And I feel fortunate to be able to just walk out my back door and step into some of the most beautiful, clear, cobalt blue Caribbean waters in the world.
So I'm going to read a question from Facebook and tie it to what it's like to free dive in the Cayman Islands, because Yazan Abu Al-Falat is asking, what is the best freshness for free diving? Is it best to go in salt water, perhaps something else?
The question is about fresh versus salt?
It says, what is the best freshness for free diving? I think that's what he's asking. I'm not sure if you want to clarify.
Well, you know, I don't have a lot to say about that. I've done a lot of diving in both fresh and salt water. Obviously, the majority of my diving is in salt water. The big difference is going to be your weighting. You know, you're going to be more buoyant in salt water than you're going to be in fresh water, so that you have to take that into consideration. But I'll tell you, one of my favorite places that I've gone diving is actually in the U.S. in North Florida, in those aquifers, those cenotes that they have up there, Devil's Den and Itchitucknee Springs, and really incredible freshwater diving. But you know, like everyone else on this panel, I'll get in fresh, I'll get in salt, I'll get in cold, I'll get in hot. You know, take me to the water. Let's go.
Absolutely, 100%. So what, on tailing off of that question, what would be your advice for someone who wants to follow in your shoes, not just with free diving, but specifically ocean photography? What should be the first steps that they take?
Well, firstly, get yourself comfortable in the water. Take a class. Find someone who knows what they're talking about and study, with them. We actually offer internship programs for student divers here in the Cayman Islands, which is a great way to learn rather than just getting it from the book. You can go to a place, you can volunteer your time for free. In turn, you work on their boats and you start to learn how to interact with customers, how to put together dive gear, how to troubleshoot customers' dive gear, how to spot problems before they happen. So an internship would be a great way to get into what it is that I do. But tailing off of that, you're also going to want to learn camera systems. So you have to you got to kind of pick your poison when you buy a camera system these days. The new mirrorless systems have different lens mounts than the old DSLRs. So you have to sort of decide early on, okay, this is my brand. I'm going to kind of stick with it for a while, because once you buy that glass, it's like luggage, right? You're married to it. So you own that glass for a long time, and you learn to shoot it in manual mode. And I would say, yeah, get an internship, get a good camera, and just get your feet wet. That's how it starts. The journey continues. That journey will continue the rest of their lives. So that's the easiest way to get started.
And the follow-up, I guess, would be, how do you then make a career out of it? Because I have all sorts of fun getting in the water and shooting different things, but I'm not sure that I can take an image like you did and sell it to Adidas, or get Adidas to get me out there to take it. Yeah,
well, that's a good question. And I wish I had that magic formula, because I would sell it. It's tough. It's a tough, this is a tough industry to look. You don't have to sell imagery or get giant corporate clients to be a successful underwater photographer. That's kind of the point of this conversation, is that you can just go out and take incredible imagery and share it with the world, and to advance ocean conservation. But going back to your question, you can also use that imagery to advance your own career, because if you can find your niche, if you can find the place where you can live and then own that spot, don't stray too far out of it, but stay near it and own it. And people will start to come around that's what you're passionate about. That's what they can expect from your work. And that goes a long way toward building relationships with big brands and having them understanding that you stand for something, that you're just not out willy-nilly taking imagery. So, add in the ocean conservation aspect to this conversation. And that is really what I think this day and age, the big brands are looking for. They're looking for some way to tie back into taking care of this planet. We had a hurricane 4 days ago, Mexico. It went from a tropical storm to a 4 or a 5 overnight.
Yeah.
So, I can't imagine a more appropriate time to talk about ocean conservation and taking care of our planet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that storm went from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in fewer than 12 hours. So wow. It's not just that the storms are getting stronger because the ocean is warmer. It's also that they're developing a lot faster. And sadly for the folks in Acapulco, they didn't have much warning, because how could you have much warning? Less than a day. What are you going to do for a Category 5? What are you going to do for a Category 5 storm in less than a day, right? And it's also something you mentioned that I think is really important, is the fact that more and more brands are adapting to the way that interest has grown in conservation, and specifically ocean conservation in your case. Talk to us about the ways in which people at home, just everyday folks that might be watching now, obviously I imagine a lot of them are passionate about the ocean. What steps can they take that would make a big difference?
Well, I don't know about a big difference, but we can make a difference, and and collectively we can make a larger difference, right? So, keeping this photography thing, creating and sharing imagery is a great way. When you go to a local restaurant, what are you eating? Make sure you're not eating an endangered species. And let me point out, by the way, of all the fish that we have in the reefs of the Cayman Islands, almost all of them are endangered to some level. we don't have a lot of reef fish that are just plentiful. So maybe eating reef fish isn't the best thing. We do have a lot of fast growing fish that we can consume, even if we're not divers. A way we can make a difference is by eating sustainably caught fish. So wahoo, tuna, yellowfin tuna, mahi, those would be our fish here, some species of deep water snapper, and of course, lionfish. So if you go to a restaurant, you see a lionfish on the menu, eat a lionfish. You're doing something good. First, you're not eating a local species, you're eating an invasive species. So you're removing that invasive species, but you're also not eating a local reef fish when you do that. So that's one thing that everybody can get on board with.
So you kind of gave us an overview of the importance of ocean photography in efforts toward ocean conservation. Is there anything you would warn folks against? What hurts more than it helps?
What would I warn folks against? And I think that with becoming an ocean ambassador, becoming an advocate for our marine environment, you really need to walk the line. I would caution folks to not just post things that are cool, because they could send the wrong message. So especially when you take as many images as I do, you're going to capture some stuff that happened during something, or maybe something that doesn't set a good example for the viewer. So I'd say, there's a responsibility that comes with it. Be mindful of it. Keep in mind that, I think the line in the diving business is take only pictures, leave only bubbles. That's really my mantra, and we live by it. So if that's the one thing I would say, is just be cautious as to what you create and share, because some of the imagery can be misconstrued. As for instance, we mentioned sharks earlier in the conversation about the hammerhead, and while I said they're not mindless killers, that doesn't mean when you see a hammerhead swim up to it and grab it by its dorsal fin and ride it. We have to have a little bit of common sense mixed in with this thing.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Again, I want to tell our viewers that if you want to chime in with a question, the floor is open.
Boris, I just lost my audio.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Jason, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of that. I lost my audio.
No, I was just reminding viewers that the lines of communication are open in case they want to ask another question. We already answered one. We wanted it to be as interactive as possible. So if you want to pick the brain of award-winning photographer Jason Washington, here is your chance.
Or ask him first about his freediving skills.
Oh, there's not much to answer there. Very, very neophyte. I'm a neophyte when it comes to freediving. So I guess one of the things that I wanted to get your thoughts on when it comes to shooting in the kind of circumstances that you shoot in, how do you keep focused? How do you keep concentration? Because as you noted, there's a lot going on. You want the shark in the right place, the model in the right place, the logo in the right place. And I imagine you're tired, you're frustrated, you've gone up and down 1,000 times trying to get the shot. What keeps you motivated? What keeps you focused?
Well, that's a great question. A lot of clients, especially my higher end clients, they'll lean on me to create an image for a specific thing. And the second I hear about this project, I usually get some idea in my brain that pops up. But how do I stay calm through this process and trying to create that is something that the client never knows. And this is kind of important in that I don't always know how this image is going to is going to unfold. I need to be in that environment. I need to see how the sea surface conditions affect this bottom composition via light. I need to see what's the sun angle in the sky? How does the refraction of the light enter into the water? And, that gives me a peace of mind, because I don't have control over all of it. And I recognize that. And that's how I can maintain my composure and not get too worked up about not creating the perfect image, because the perfect image will eventually reveal itself. And it's been my experience, and I put my faith in the universe there, and that this is going to happen. And to date, it's happened. I might find myself a loser one of these days with that philosophy, but we'll see.
The perfect image will reveal itself. I bet you didn't think we were going to get all existential here on on the aquatic dialogue. But that is one of my favorite things about free diving, is that you have to be present just in order to slow your breathing, in order to calm down. It's a very meditative practice. And we've talked about just how challenging it can be to quiet that part of your brain that is like screaming when you're down at depth. So what advice do you have? You talked about free divers getting acclimated to the water. What's the best piece of advice you could offer in that process? Because I can certainly use that advice, as Jason knows.
So here it is. And our friend here on the call, Theo, mentioned this earlier. Just have fun, man. Don't chase numbers. I know that's easier said than done, especially when you start doing static dives and you want to do a PB every time you put your face in the water. But it's not necessary. Go out and have fun. And freediving is in its truest form is you and a set of fins and maybe a little bit of weight and then swimming around, just enjoying the ocean. And that's it. I think that
Jason, let me add something to this, please.
Please.
Later in the fifth hour, sorry for my voice, in the fifth hour of CIVE, we have, instead of Jason, we have Nanja van der Broek, the world champion, the world record holder, the deepest woman in the world, free diving, and she so you can biohack yourself by holding your breath in a proper way. And Nanja van der Broek, in 4 hours from now, will talk about that topic. She's the world record holder in free diving, the deepest woman in the world. So I think if you like this specific topic, you should stay tuned. In 5 hours from now, we have Nanja.
100%.
So, Jason, what's next for you? I mean, are there any projects that you can tell us about now that you're working on, or what is the bucket list for you in terms of the next shot, the next free dive?
Yeah, so I've got one of my sponsors is going to be sending me to the other side of the world soon, which I can't touch on too much, but I'm very excited about the project. But the one that I'll share with you guys today is that we are doing the 4th year for Adidas again, and we've already started planning that shot. We started this year a little bit earlier, so we started planning about 6 months out for year 4 with Adidas and Inter Miami. And again, hats off to Mike Ridley and his team at Inter Miami. Those guys are really pushing the envelope when it comes to this sort of ocean conservation message. And we're going to be shooting. I don't want to talk too much about the specifics of the image because I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, and I don't want to get myself in any trouble with those guys. But we are planning to shoot the year 4 Adidas shoot. Might possibly be doing it here in the Cayman Islands.
That's really exciting. I am envisioning Lionel Messi maybe on the foot of the kitty wake, something like that.
Messi standing next to Beckham on the bow of the kitty wake. How powerful would that be, right?
Yeah. So, Jason, if there's one underlying message you want folks to take home from our conversation, what would it be?
There are ways to make a living while doing the right thing. And also enjoying life. Like I pinch myself on the daily. Like it's like I'm scuba diving or I'm free diving or I'm taking pictures underwater. There are ways for you to do this, folks. You don't have to settle for the daily doldrum drive to work and home every day. And you can get out, even if it's on the weekends, and become a part of something larger. And underwater photography for me is a fascinating way to do that. It's if you have any sort of creative outlet in you or creative bone in your body, this is a great outlet for it because you're constantly challenging yourself via your physical ability to swim down and your mental ability to compose an image at depth instantaneously and take all those factors into consideration. I'd say, anybody can do this. And, and as you're doing it, as you're sharing these wonderful images that you're taking, you're creating new ocean ambassadors. There are so many people that don't dive, that never take the moment to walk to the sea surface, where the beach meets the water, peel that back and peek underneath it, right? There's a lot going on down there. And without them actually deciding to do that, the only way they're ever going to get turned on to it is through photography. So people can become a part of that process and really make a difference.
I appreciate that so much, especially because one thing you repeatedly told me is that when you post some of the images that you do, people think it's Photoshop. They don't actually believe that someone is doing that. And it reveals the ignorance that's out there about not only the ocean, but what people are also capable of when it comes to diving and accessing the beauty that's out there in nature. Unfortunately,
that's my cross to bear. I kind of take it as a compliment now. We were talking to my wife a couple of days ago about this, and the scary part is now that with AI technology, people are going to go, "Oh, yep, that's for sure, that's fake." It's important. One of the things that we didn't talk about earlier is that when we typically do one of these big major shoots, we always do a behind the scenes video so that viewers can see, oh, there's not just a still image. You can see them doing it. This wasn't done on a computer. But again, it's the being labeled the Photoshop. Like I feel like I need a big scarlet F or P on my chest for Photoshop. It's my cross to bear. So anyway, they're real, folks. They're all real, I promise.
They are real and they are spectacular. And with that, I want to say thanks so much to Jason Washington for joining us for this conversation. Jason, love you, bro. Great to chat. With that, I'll say thank you myself. Appreciate everyone watching. Appreciate Cressi for having me. And I will go ahead and hand it back over to our friends at Cressi.
Thanks, guys.
Boris, Jason, thank you very, very much. I look forward to see you next week, Jason. And Boris, I'm sure I will see you online on CNN soon, later today or tomorrow, with your real job. And maybe sooner or later in the water. That will be a good thing.
That would be a good time. I hope so. Maybe for CNN as well. I'll pitch a story and we'll do it together.
Exactly. Hey, thank you. We'll have to let you go because you need to go somewhere else. We are very much aware of that. Jason, I'll keep you posted about my travel because I love to get back to in the water with you as soon as possible. And very soon, like right now, we're going to move forward with our next topic. Right, Jerry?
Okay. Can you hear me?
We hear you crystal
clear. Okay. I'm fine. Hi, everybody. I'm Manuela, and I work in Cressi headquarters in Italy. And it's my pleasure to introduce you Chiara Salmoni, which is a Cressi ambassador. She is Italian, but she actually lives in the Hawaii, and she is a professional photographer. And she has the privilege to work with some unique colleagues and in the best office of the world, the ocean. And we will talk about her job, sharks, ocean, and conservation. But I will stop talking right now, and I will hand over the floor to her. Hi, Chiara. How are you?
Hi, Manuela. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
All right, perfect.
Okay, first of all, I would like to ask you, how does your underwater photography journey starts?
Well, my journey, I'm an Italian photographer. I don't necessarily start off as a photographer, nor as a marine biologist. I didn't study marine biology. My transition didn't come naturally from that. I come from the art world. So I went to school in Milan. I studied fine arts, well, from a very early age, straight from high school. And then at some point, I made a transition. I fell in love with scuba diving. I went to Australia. I came back from a trip and I said, all right, I never want to do anything else ever again. So I started looking around and I found the only school at the time that offered underwater photography as a specialty in California. Packed my bags and left, moved there, started my journey. it didn't have anything to do with anything else besides wanting to spend my life in the ocean or in a pool or really in any body of water at the time. I had nothing but dreams and ideas. So I moved to the US, started my journey there. And then after school, I moved to Hawaii, and I've been working with sharks there ever since for the past 5 years.
So sharks are your colleagues. And talking about sharks, and can you tell us how is work with them? I mean, have you ever been scared?
Working with the sharks was a dream come true. I spent years traveling and diving, and all I wanted to see was sharks, any kind. I was hoping for hammerheads. That was my unicorn. And it wasn't until I started spending my days in the water with the sharks in Hawaii that I realized how much they were gonna teach me. You realize that they're not only going to teach you about the ocean, but they're going to teach you about yourself as a photographer and as a person and as a diver. Have I ever been scared? Yes, of course. The first time, it was definitely a shock compared to other species where I dove with. Orcas in Norway, I got in the water and I felt nothing. And I don't know if it was the cold. I was really excited and that was it. With the sharks, I regularly. I work in the water alone, as I don't dive down. I'm free diving. I'm mostly snorkeling, glorified snorkeling with them. Definitely a little bit overweighted because you want your weight to stay underwater and have as much control as possible. So I don't dive down and I definitely don't push it. But I am in the water alone with mostly Galapagos sharks and sometimes tiger sharks. So it's really diving with sharks is a balance between fear and confidence. If you find the sweet spot in between fear and confidence, that's where you can coexist with in safety. And that's really important, I think. Galapagos are my babies. I see them every day. They are my constant. I get up in the morning at 5. I go out at 6:30. They're there in numbers between like you can see up to 20, sometimes 20, 25. So it's often sometimes the same individuals. So you get to really know each animal that comes by regularly and know what to expect by few little details. Galapagos, they mostly mind their business. They acknowledge your existence sometimes with one crazy look, but most of the time they'll leave you alone. If anything, they will treat you as competition. Obviously, when you have like a large number of sharks and you're the only one dealing with it, you keep your attention very aware of what's going on around you.
I can imagine.
But I have had them at most rub onto the dome port of my camera, but I've never had them open their mouth at me. Tiger sharks, which are a little bit more of a pop star of the underwater world, whether it's because people adore them, they've seen them all over, they're gigantic, they have these incredible stripes, but the people are just like straight up afraid of them. I've had many people ask me, oh my God, aren't they the most aggressive shark in the ocean? And it's usually a race between 3 species. They either say that about tiger sharks, great whites, or bull sharks. And although I don't have any experience with white sharks, I've seen bull sharks as well, and their demeanor is very different compared to the tiger shark. But I don't think I've ever described the shark aggressive per se. They get a really bad reputation in Hawaii. It's full of surfers, so it's normal.
And you told me that they are obsessed by the leaves. Is right? Do you have some pictures to share?
Yes.
Because I guess they were obsessed by some other fish or some human meal, but not by the leaves.
Yeah, let's see if I can share this. I'm having some technical difficulties. Their share screen, screen function. But yeah, it is an incredible sight, because by that they just oftentimes it rains. Like, so Hawaii, we have like our tropical storms coming in. It changes a lot in the water. It brings in currents, sometimes murk, which my least favorite condition of them all. I dislike playing peekaboo with the sharks in low visibility. But it brings leaves and a lot of debris at the surface. If you can spot them ahead of time, they will be obviously at the surface, and they're like bright yellow leaves or orange leaves. You can see the sharks starting looking at them with their eye and they will like start swimming towards them, and then all of a sudden they just flip up, go towards the leaf, rub it with their nose, don't even attempt to open their mouth. They shut their eye and just go along it. Sometimes they will pick them up with their fin and swim around with the leaves on their fin. And it's like a love story that I will never get sick of. They are just are pretty incredible. And it is, they will compete towards it too. It's, and it says to me, and I know a lot of scientists will go against me for that, but I am not a scientist. I am a photographer and a storyteller, and I get to romanticize the sharks because of that. But it says a lot about personality. It is, the more time I spend in the water with them, the more I get to know each individual for the personality they have, and not just because of my personal joy into interacting with the sharks, but for safety too. Some of them have less of an awareness of personal space. Most of them do. They're not like sharks in Florida. They will not come up to you most of the time and like be fine with being touched. Not the Galapagos. Tiger sharks are more of a ramming or being very shy. So they can require a little bit more hands-on, especially if they're pushy, but Galapagos rarely will do that. But there are a couple of individuals that will push the envelope a little every once in a while. But you just to be aware. Again, I've never had one open their mouths or extend their jaws at me. The only time I see Galapagos teeth is when they fall from their mouths and I try to catch them. I have a little jar of shark teeth in my bathroom, but that's about it. It's just because they fall. It's not. I've never seen that kind of like aggressive behavior from a Galapagos.
Okay, it's amazing. And now I would like to talk about some sadly topic, the ocean conservation, because I know that you have several projects related to this, and I would like to know, how did you come to understand that photography can play a fundamental role in the conservation, and how do you use your photography for ocean conservation?
So the conservation side of things didn't just happen out of nowhere. I didn't start thinking about conservation at 19 years old when I decided to live in the ocean. I was young, I had one goal only. And then when I started studying photography, I just started seeing the damage and the devastation that is really going on. So if you just think of the coral, at this point, a lot of people have seen images of bleached coral, ruined coral, this like devastating deserts where there once used to be a lot of color and a lot of life. So those are things I got to experience firsthand, and it got me thinking, because I don't have any other tool besides my art. How can I turn that into storytelling? How does conservation photography plays a role into changing the world? And it came down to two things, or two ways to do conservation photography. You either show the beauty, and that's like our main role as photographers is to get people to fall in love, because unless you see, unless you know, and unless you love, you will never care enough to do anything about things, not even to see them. There's so many people that have been living landlocked all over their life for their whole lives, and they have never seen the ocean, let alone consider like what is the issue, what's happening. It's very much out of sight, out of mind, because it's hidden. Every problem is hidden by this carpet of beautiful ocean, and it takes a lot, not a lot, to make people fall in love, but it definitely makes things a little bit more challenging, because it is a world where a lot of people don't get to go in very often. So that's role number one. Just as a photographer, you show the ocean, you show the beauty, and as a photographer, you have that responsibility. Another way to tell this story, or two really, is one, to create a narrative. And as a creative coming from the art world, I find that very challenging and exciting. Creating images that tell a story with everything you got, either in the ocean or in the pool. You create almost like an art piece with people, with a concept. Another way is to show the problem, but showing the raw problem comes with its own challenges, because it's very important to not make people lose hope. Hope is all we got. Without hope, we lose everything, we lose drive. And especially for people that are just getting into conservation, they're like all excited, ready to change the world. It demoralizes you, and you're like, well, why am I even doing it if it's all dead anyways? Like, what's the point? And if everything is at the point of no return. And I've seen this in Hawaii. This like, we have like an issue of sharks dying all over the world, dying not on their own, getting fished to the brink of extinction, at numbers that they're almost impossible to even picture. In Hawaii, the community worked a little bit differently. It is obviously a figure. The shark is an animal that it was linked to the culture, the Hawaiian culture, for a very long time. Amakua, they call it, the spirit animal of the royal families was the tiger shark. So it is very much present as a cultural piece, but also there's a very active shark community. a shark community that really cares and work day and night to show the world what sharks really are and their beauty, but also pass the bill eventually that protected sharks in the state of Hawaii. It is not, the work is not finished worldwide. Sadly, there's a lot to be done, not just here, especially coming from a place like the Mediterranean. You know, I grew up diving the Mediterranean Sea in the 90s. It was not there. It's coming back to life, and every time I come back, I promise myself to go see more, to go check it out, because it is incredible that it's finally coming back to life, but it was nothing there. It's hard to really relate when you go in the ocean and you see nothing. And here you get to jump in the water, see abundance, and share it with people that have never seen it before. They come on the shark boats. I work for a cage tour company. People come out, they get in the cage, I stay outside, I photograph them and the sharks. And oftentimes they come absolutely terrified. Even from the cage, the number of people that get in and they're like, oh my God, no, I'm scared. I don't even want to get in the cage. I will stay at the top at most. Maybe I will let go of the rail. And then they go out there and they see there's nothing really to worry about. They feel like a little shaky going in. And when they stop freaking out and realize the sharks come really close to the cage, they realize that the sharks don't care about you. They don't, and the least of their desires is to actually get in the cage with you. They would absolutely freak out. So they avoid the cage altogether, and they start picking up on details. You see them like pointing at things, which is my favorite photos to take, is just like them finally excited. Once the heart has settled, they just start pointing at one another while like they have like a number of sharks all around them. It's really cute, especially with kids.
I can imagine.
Pick up on details, yeah. So their eyes, their scars, and then they're like, oh my God, what happened? There's like, they have a hook. Did you see? Did you see the fishing line? Did you see that wound? And in the turnaround, in like 40 minutes, they've changed their mind. They're not scared anymore, and they care. And they're gonna go back to a micro community with pictures and with an experience to change the minds that I wouldn't be able to change even with my job, even with my reach, because they might not end up on my page or see photos of my colleagues online.
So do you think that this is the line to help people to get involved? Because I mean, sometimes we all know that is a great problems, the ocean, protecting the nature itself, but sometimes you could feel overwhelmed to all this problem with all these problems. So do you think that this is the right line to help people to keep involved in this problem?
Yes, for I think getting to experience and not just see is very important. And there are many ways to get involved. For us that have been in conservation for a very long time, it's easy sometimes to get demoralized or like overwhelmed by the problem. And in a way, like I look back and I feel a little bit nostalgic because of that, like crazy passion is not quite there anymore. Not for conservation. Like you go in, I'm saving the world. That's I'm very much still passionate about the ocean, and I do everything in my power to show my world and change people's minds. But that drive that comes with someone that has just discovered it, it's so inspiring and so important. So it's important for the people that get into it to find the community, either nearby. There's like the beauty of the underwater world is that we have very, very small community. It's really easy for me to say, I go to Norway, I want to go diving, or I want to just talk to people that think like me. Go online, find people like-minded, and just get to know them, and then maybe go in the water in the fjords. Who knows? That's something compared to other activities that is still very prominent in the underwater world. So you will find the coral people, the freediving people, the shark people, the orca people. Like, pick a passion and look around. You will be surprised how many people are out there that all they want to do is go to a beach cleanup together and talk ocean stories. And that's the way. Just keep that passion alive, because a lot of us have been here for a long time and see a lot of gray on the daily basis.
Okay, so this is your great job, but I think that sometimes is hard for you to find against the prejudice, like the one we have all on sharks, for example. And how can you make a change in the everyday life for this?
There are multiple ways. The rule number one is to keep an open mind. If you want to make a change, and especially in this world, in the activist world, when it comes to ocean and marine life protection, you will see a lot of things that frustrate you. And you have to realize that with hate, you're never going to go very far. Not with everybody. Like, unless people are already on the same wavelength as you, you're not going to do much. You have to approach a problem or what you think is a problem with compassion and without judgment. Because you're never going to go up to someone that does something for a living that is problematic and with aggression saying you have to stop that because I say so, because the world is dying. Well, it's hard to do conservation and to change things when people are just trying to put dinner on the table. So it's easy to come here and tell everybody to stop fishing sharks because it's not necessary. But, other communities, other places in the world might be doing that as their only source of income. So having a little bit of tact and compassion will get you further than being gung-ho about aggression and everybody that kills sharks must die. It's not that simple. Another way, which is my personal favorite, is talk to children. The way their faces, like, I go to school sometimes and I do educational outreaches. I've done it in Italy, in little mountain towns where some kids have never even seen the ocean before. I wasn't that interested in any topic in middle school. I barely keep my attention span going for 10 minutes. These kids are glued to you and they just look at you with so much interest and so much passion. Even if you do, I do these programs where I link conservation and conservation photography with English programs. So you get kids that are learning English in Italy and that get to see both conservation and New World and listen to the speech in simple English. And they will not stop. They're so interested. They try so hard. Even the ones that usually don't really pay attention too much, they get hooked pretty quickly. And that's my absolute favorite thing.
I think that this is the really interesting perspective. I think I agree with you. Is the great thing that we can do is involve new generation with new minds. I think, like, I appreciate your job.
It is
And
definitely something that everybody can do, though. It doesn't need to just be us professionals and trying to like push our photography forward. This is something that happens in families, within like an extended family. Like you're a diver, a scuba diver, you just got into it. You're passionate about what you're doing, you just got a photo. Think, for all the divers that are listening, think about the first time that you showed your nephew, your cousin, your brother, your little sister a starfish or a shell, or the photo or video of your last adventure. For you, it was a bonding moment. For them, you changed their world. You just gave them a whole new world to fantasize on, and it is the power the children have is pretty impressive, because they are the ones. If you give them a dream, hope, and keep that passion going, they're the ones that are gonna change the world.
so this is also the how can I say, the role of the divers in conservation, to show to the others the great underwater world, right?
Very much. I am a firm believer that, again, I can do so much. I can talk your ears out about conservation, show you all my photos, come speak to your children, but or your community. But there's not, if any of you thinks about the first time how they got hooked, most of us did just talk to someone that had done it before. And it's not only our privilege to inspire people as an individual, to get to know the ocean, get to understand its beauties, its strengths, its issues. It's also our responsibility to teach it right. So I don't have access to your micro community. I don't have, like, your uncle might not listen to me, but it might listen to you. You might inspire your family to get in the water, but do it right, because there's no shot, no video that is worth hanging on to a piece of coral for stability. And I can't teach you that. Like, I can talk to you, I can write it in a post, but who am I to you? The people you respect in your community, the divers that you look up to, those are the ones that have the responsibility to show you how to do things right. There's no photos that is worth chasing an animal that doesn't want to have anything to do with you. And speaking about sharks, you have no business changing or risking a predator's reputation just for a selfie. So those are things that an excited diver that starts will not think about. I didn't think about these things when I was 19. I had people teach me. So I think that's very important. Community. That's what's going to get people excited to get in the water, and that's what's gonna change things for the better.
Okay, Chiara, it's always a great pleasure to hear your stories and your ideas. I agree with you totally. And which are your plans for the future? Do you have some project you were talk about?
Yes. So as much as I love my current job, it is and for anybody that wants to get into shark diving, to know is like a live call. A lot of people, I've had a lot of people reach out, like, I want to do this. I want to absolutely do this. How can I learn? You have to dedicate your life to it. So it is a very mentally and physically demanding job. So I will not be able to do this forever. I will definitely always dive with sharks. I really hope to be 90 and still go in the water with the sharks, but not at the same intensity as I do it now. It is 6 days a week. So I am branching out and doing more and more things in the diving community. I started doing workshops all over the world. There are destination workshops where I take people to different destinations and show them the beautiful underwater world that is often accessible to many, but like without that, oh, I can jump in the middle of nowhere. Reality in the back of your mind, you're never gonna do it. I'm gonna I started offering these kind of workshop expeditions that will get involved with the local communities. So I plan on doing a lot of conservation work on location on different remote islands. I plan on coming back to Italy, not forever, but yearly, and get to experience the ocean, because I think we have one of the most incredible ecosystems in the water still, even though it's like barely coming back now. But yeah, it's that's my biggest project right now. I have some events and some lectures that I have going on in the near future. That's the very first one on the agenda.
Okay, Chiara, so thank you for your time and thank you for joining us on this great event for
Yes,
Cressi.
of course. Thank you.
Okay, have a nice day.
Ciao.
Yeah. Chiara, if you want to share some photos, I can share some of your photos if you want to comment them from here.
Oh yeah.
I know we had a little technical issue at the beginning, but you can do it now. Normally you have it's shared.
Yeah, I can't really control anything from here, but
No, it's the first photo from the one
yeah.
you sent me. So it's the mermaids.
Where is this? Where is it?
This is Isla Mujeres in Mexico. So it's called yeah, it is the MUSA, MUSA. It's a really incredible project they have going on there. Well, they've done it before. There's some statues in Spain as well. These artists makes statues out of porous rock that regrows the reef. And it's really beautiful to see. They have statues all over the Isla Mujeres island of Mexico. And yeah, they're at 10 meters, so very easy to access. I provided a mermaid. I can tell you where to find that one. Highly recommend. Then next one, yeah, I have like a lot of shark photography up there. That's a tiger shark. I have that one too. This is as an individual, I was talking about like the different personality. This one is one of the sharks that sparks a lot of feelings for me. You know how sharks tend to approach with their nictitating membrane lifted? This shark doesn't. She will just approach full eye forward, not a care in the world. Yeah, she has a lot of personality. And for what I said about creating a narrative, I don't know if any of you ever heard of ocean acidification and what that does. Climate change is doing to our ocean is just changing the acidity of it, destroying the very core. So this was a photo shoot on ocean acidification and how that's ruining the structure of our ocean. So the hard structure, which is coral, which is shells, and with that destroying the ecosystems. This is the coral. So as I mentioned, coral is something very, very beautiful for every diver to see. So the first time I saw coral was in the Great Barrier Reef, and I wasn't expecting a lot, but so I wasn't too shocked to see pretty much a graveyard. It was like completely bleached. But I wasn't super disappointed because I didn't know any better. And then I went to Indonesia, Komodo Island, where I was on a scuba trip and very happy to be there, not too happy to be stuck doing scuba all the time. So I would let them drop me off in a few feet of water and putz around. And I found this incredible garden of coral in 4 feet of water. And there's so much of that there. It's just color, everything's alive, fish everywhere. And yeah, it's like how it's supposed to be everywhere. And it's pretty impressive. And if anybody has any question, please go ahead and ask me. I'm here to answer.
Yeah, we have no question in the chat for the moment. But it's very nice. Nice colors of colors.
Yeah, as I had the absolute love the sharks have for the leaves. They will try, yeah. Some say is a form of dominance. So shark hierarchy goes from like the most dominant shark in the water is the one closer to the point of interest, which could be right about anything in the water. And leaves can be that sometimes. So one of the narratives is these sharks are just competing for being the top boss in the water by just picking up leaves. Sharks' eyes are my one and true obsession. As I mentioned earlier, you can find out so much about sharks and about the world around you in the water just by seeing where they're looking at, how they're looking at you, and the world around them. You can predict a lot. It's a language they teach you, just made of looks and made of movements. And eyes, yeah, will tell you a lot, down to how they're gonna behave with you. Same here. You can see the little hook sticking out of their mouths, of his mouth. A lot of sharks are like that, and you can see the crazy look. This is a shark, one of those sharks that have no concept of personal space. That is very odd for Galapagos sharks. But you can see the crazy eyes. That's that look I look towards and look for every time I get in the water, to know which one of the sharks is going to make me dance a little.
Will they lose the hooks eventually or not?
Eventually, it rusts out. Yeah,
Yeah.
It takes. There's like the yawn. That is not aggressive behavior, by the way. In this photo, you can see the rows of teeth in the shark's mouth. It is a yawn. A lot of my peers will hate me for saying this, but it looks like a yawn, and I often call it yawn. It's the sharks just like swim around, and you can see them. They just like stretch their jaw and readjust it, very much like a snake would. But yeah, it just looks like they just woke up. Oftentimes, when you see this in the water and you pay attention, you will see teeth pop out and just go. They sink like a feather, so like they're very slow and you can catch it. It's like a little speck. I've seen it happen with multiple sharks: tiger sharks, Galapagos sharks, sandbar sharks, lemon sharks. And if you're fast enough and if you have enough experience, you can dive underneath them and catch them. I'm fully expecting the rest of the sharks to follow you. This jellyfish were this big. They often have a buddy. That's one of the things. When you spend your life in blue water, I can't tell you it doesn't get boring ever. it is very much a job. And sometimes, especially in the morning, in like early winter morning, you wake up, you're like, oh, again, and you go in the water and you start looking and seeing the little things that come by that just remind you of how much you love the ocean. And the crazy thing you see, like one of the craziest things I've ever seen was one of these jellyfish, right side up, this one is upside down with the host, but the host was a crab. And it was like hanging on to the very top of the jellyfish and steering it around like a moped. So yeah, whenever you're in blue water, just pay attention to the details. This is right in theme for Halloween.
Yeah.
This is
Ready for tomorrow night.
exactly. This is a pool shoot, so not in the ocean. This is a photo shoot about a plastic pollution. And sadly, something we see very often in our ocean, a lot of plastic, a lot of waste. Sadly, not all the creatures can see the difference between what's waste and what's food. To turtles, for example, with plastic bags look a lot like jellyfish, which means food for them. And that's how they ingest it, and that's how they clog their stomach, and they eventually starve to death. Same here, very similar concept. I worked, prior to the sharks, I worked with mermaids for a few years in Hawaii, in all over the world, not just here. This is one of my favorite moments. The sharks was pretty much on top of my camera when this happened. And I have a progression of the shark approaching the leaf and then lifting the nictitating membrane and just enjoying the moment. And they don't only go, so that reaction to leaves that you can expect, it doesn't only happen with leaves. Sharks are emotional terrorists. So even though they know they will never catch a live, or most likely not catch a live and well fish, they will go after these mahi, which are one of the few fish that can sneak up on me in the water, because I can't see them until they're on top of me, or until a shark sees them, and then I turn around like, oh, what's going on? What are they looking at? And then they start chasing after a fish that will never become dinner, but I think they have a little joy into terrifying their lives for a little bit. This is again that moment of stretching, a jaw stretching. It looks terrifying. I don't know if anybody has any experience in the chat in the Red Sea. This is a shark that you will see in the Red Sea. You know how everybody asks about which sharks is the most aggressive, which sharks is the one that will most likely create problems. This guy is one of the ones I would pay the most attention to, because they're smaller. They're the oceanic white tip. You can definitely recognize them from the get-go for their rounded fins with the white tips. But they are a true pelagic, and they are a scavenger shark, and they often go long ways hungry. So if you find yourself in the water with them, pay attention to them. 3D awareness at all time. Look underneath you, around you. Never lose sight of them. They are very fast, and they are opportunistic to their very core. I love them. I think they're one of the most elegant sharks in the sea. You often see them trailing behind pilot whales. They hoping for little thrown up pieces of squid or any kind of food. But yeah, they're definitely a beautiful experience. Another animal that seems to have like a bad reputation in the world is orcas. They're this black and white animal that a lot of people seem to fear, and I understand to a level, but it's so different from animal to animal, because most of the coastal communities are very prey specific. They are not in any way interested in eating a human, let alone maybe like terrorize you a little, but even then I've never seen, maybe in Spain now and Portugal, but it's very an unlikely learned behavior. So it is an animal that it can get intimidating because of its reputation, but they're beautiful and not all orcas are the same. So definitely one of the most interesting animals in the sea, especially because of their brain capability.
Maybe you have to explain what you mean with what's happening right now in Spain and Portugal, because not everybody's aware of that.
They just are terrorizing boats. There's like a pod of orcas off of the coast of Portugal and I believe Spain as well. They just obviously move around. That they will go up to boats and just push on them to try to damage the boat and tip them over.
They're protected, of course, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep. There's nothing you can do. I believe it's a learned behavior from one individual that got really frustrated for some reason. The interesting thing about orcas is that they are very much a learning species, the same way we are. If I can compare an animal to humans, it would be cetaceans and definitely orcas, because they have like they bond with the family in a way that is very, very similar or greater than humans. They feel compassion. You can see them interacting with their youngs, and even the ones that die, they will grieve. The life behind the orca brain to me is something spectacular.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat from Stefano. The question is, how do you realize that the situation could become dangerous swimming with the sharks?
With the sharks, a lot of body movements. So you will see few things I look in the water for those kind of signals. One is how skinny a shark is. So if I am swimming with the sharks, it happened like a couple months ago. I was swimming with the usuals. Sharks tan, by the way. Their skin changes color depending on how much they spend closer to the surface. And the sharks that rarely see the surface and come up from the bottom, they look like ghosts. So I saw this like white shark, not a white shark, but it was like very bright skin, just come up from the bottom. Very skinny, and beelining it towards me, and I was like, oh, okay. I was expecting it to move out of the way and just go about its merry way a lot sooner than it did, and I kept an eye on him because it was very skinny. And at that point, it's not just the sharks, animals in general, even humans, like when that level of hunger comes into play, like there's no, they're going to be acting a lot different than normal. Other than that, you can see them puffing up, kind of like the way they do the sharks fast turn are they just fold their fins downward to be more water dynamic, so they can make fast turns. You can see jaw gaping, which is them opening their mouth and kind of like shaking their jaw. Not very different from the jaw stretch that I showed you earlier. It's a much faster behavior. And yeah, you will see fast turns. You will start see those looks. They will start swimming around and zipping. But a shark will never go from 0 to 100 unless it's very hungry. But again, you will see a skinny shark versus a healthy shark. And even then you will see a change of behavior, but most times, yeah, it is those little, like that crazy look. You will see them turning their eye and looking at you, and those body positions and speed. But before they approach and actually open their mouths at you, is going to take some time. So you often have the chance and the ability to start making your way out of the water.
That's a good news. And we have another question from Jennifer. She's really amazed by your work. We too, of course. And thank you for sharing these valuable and impactful images like you just showed are essential to call attention to shark and marine animal conservation. The most impactful content is when sharks interact with humans. And here comes a question. At the same time, seeing some interaction between animals and humans could be controversial for some marine animal protection activists. So what do you think? It's a good question.
It's a loaded question. I get that a lot, and I have, it's definitely a very, very much of a gray area, but also if a shark comes at me like a tiger shark does, like the argument is don't touch the animal ever, which I agree for the most part. But if a shark comes at me and I can't get out of the way, I am definitely putting my hand out and pushing it out. It has happened with tiger sharks multiple times. It happened with Galapagos a couple times where like they bump my dome and I expect them to swim off, and instead of swimming off, they bump it again and bump it again. And at that point, like I'm not gonna not touch. Like at that point, you touch me first. So that's number one. But I am a professional. I do this every day. Another argument is like, what makes you a professional? I have like working with them every day. I didn't just wake up one morning and I started going in the water with them and being as comfortable as I am today. It takes time. It takes finding those communities, having the time to dedicate to them from a humble place to where you sit in the background, you watch the people that have done it for years do it before you. You learn from them, but not because you ask for their time, but because you watch how they act in the water. Those movements and the sharks will teach them first, will teach you first. Another controversial thing happening right now is how the flip side of that medal is a lot of people come and they're like, oh my God, sharks are so cute. They're like puppy dogs. And no, absolutely not. They are very much predators. They deserve all the respect in the world because of that. From zero to stepping into the ocean, you will not have the ability to handle every situation, and you should respect that. So with, as I said, no photo, no selfie is worth ruining the shark's reputation. So go in there with professionals. If you're by yourself and you see a shark, if you see that shark comes closer to you, try to make your way out of the water. You're not going to be able to get out of a situation if you can't recognize the signs. So there are, and I also think there is no way for us to change the world if we don't stay connected to nature. Another argument I've heard a lot is we should just leave wildlife alone, which is great for one generation. If we all stop interacting with nature altogether, it takes one generation to forget, one generation to stop loving the ocean, and another generation to destroy it all. So I think staying connected safely and having an awareness about what you're doing to the wildlife is very important.
Okay, thank you. So, of course, don't try this at home. So don't try this on the water, of course, without any professional. Here is another image from you.
Yes, there is. You can just flip through if you want. I also have my website at the very end. There's like my website and my Instagram people can find me on if you want to scroll through, if they want to scroll through photos. This is my Instagram, Chiara Photo. You can find me there. please send me questions if you have them. I am more than happy to answer and get to know you. And then my website is chiarasolomoni.com. You can see all my projects, read my blogs, find all the rest of the links on my website as well.
Thank you for your very nice presentation and your time, because it was very early for you this morning.
Yeah, 4 in the morning, but it's okay. Well worth it. It was a pleasure.
And all your good work for the fishes, our friends.
Yes.
Perfect. Then, Jerry, I think we're now going to move towards the new topic soon, right?
The next topic is another topic, and we move from the nice, let's say, warm water from your side, Galapagos, Hawaii, to a cold water scuba diving. And we will go for from Scandinavia to Alaska with 2 members of our sales team, Marcin from Sweden and Mike from Canada. And they will be online just in I think in a few seconds, just making the settings for them. Chiara, thank you for coming.
And Manuela, thank you as well.
And Manuela too, yes, I forgot you, but you were just in the shadow of the screen to me.
Well, Manuela and Chiara have been in contact regularly together, because Manuela is also managing Chiara as a Cressi ambassador with her good work.
Thank you for the organization, and thank you, Chiara, for her time. So have a nice day, all.
Have a nice day. See you soon. So for our next topic, we have our 2 cold watermen online today. I will be with you also, and I'm sure you have a lot of things to share about cold water, because you are managing and you are diving actively in those very cold areas. And I'm sure we can see a lot of amazing things in cold water and not only in the warm water. So I give you the floor, Mans. It's your turn for your presentation.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I just introduced myself. My name is Mike Ely, and I'm a representative for Cressi in Canada. So I look after the business from coast to coast. My journey in the dive industry has been primarily cold water, because that's what we specialize on up here in Canada. So everything from diving in the oceans on either side of the country to lakes in the interior of the country, some river diving. I live on the west coast of Canada, the Pacific Northwest, close to the city of Vancouver. And this is where kind of the majority of my diving and my diving career has taken place. Diving the emerald green temperate waters, as we call them. And it is cold water. I mean, the temperature of the water, the oceans off the west coast of British Columbia averages at depth about 5 degrees Celsius, at an average depth of 60 feet throughout the year. So you have to be prepared for the environment, and there's a lot of things that you need to take into consideration when you're jumping in the colder environments, for sure. Is our colleague from Scandinavia joining us?
Yeah, Marcin is there with the speaker
Yes.
on, because we have just had a little problem with the microphone.
I think it's working now. It should be fine. Can you hear me?
Right,
Crystal
perfect.
clear.
Perfect.
I'll let you introduce yourself now.
Thank you, Mike. My name is Marcin Wojturski. I am working for the distributor for Cressi in Scandinavia. We are placed on the west coast of Sweden, in Gothenburg. So for us and for me, the cold water diving is the only kind of diving we are doing around here. We don't have warm waters, maybe during the summertime. But my diving career was mainly the cold water, both the wrack diving of the Baltic Sea, then the nature diving of the west coast of Sweden, and then Norway, and of course then in Denmark. We do a lot of diving in with the flooded mines with temperatures down to 1 degree Celsius. So the average temperature is, like Mike said, is the same. It's about 3-4 degrees of the Celsius on the depth year round, of the depth of 30 meters. So I love the cold water diving, and it's
interesting. It's interesting because you both talk about cold water diving. Well, I've spent the last couple of decades in the Caribbean, and when the water was like 27 degrees Celsius, we thought it was pretty cold. So it's a relative thing, cold. But by scuba legislation, there are some rules, and I believe that any water temperature lower than 10 degrees Celsius is cold water. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think that's a global rate, standard global regulation. Anything below 10, you're considered, diving in cold water. And like you said, Theo, I mean, it's all relative. I mean, obviously, it might be pretty obvious, but the thing that is going to dictate how warm or how cold you are is your exposure protection. I mean, you can be, as we all know, you can be diving in the tropical, 20, 25 degree water. And if you don't take exposure protection into consideration, you can get just as cold diving in those waters. So we just have to wear a little bit more exposure protection in our areas, thicker wetsuits, dry suits. That's how we deal with it.
Yeah, then I would like to jump on the question from Theo about the cold water. Of course, we have, as we are European manufacturers of equipment, we have to follow all the normatives from Europe, and mostly for the regulators, it's the EN 250, where we have the cold water and the warm water regulation. And the normative says it's below or above 10 degrees Celsius. But I don't want to go too deep in the regulators now, because we have one of our engineer who is coming in 1 hour just to speak about also the regulators. So we can go more deep in the normative if you want.
But it's interesting that you mention it, because there is legislation that tells us how to do these things. You can't just grab a regulator from the shelf and jump in cold water. It does not work that way. It needs to be something that's prepared for cold water. And of course, these two guys know all about that, but not everybody listening in is aware that their regulator might not be fit to go on a vacation to Scandinavia.
Yeah, the cold water regulators are specified for the cold water diving, and you can always see the specification, and they have been tested, as I believe it's 4 degrees. They are working under the 4 degrees temperature for the longer periods of time, the different breathing patterns, and those regulators are approved for use in cold water diving. And the Cressi has quite a few in the range, which are perfect for that. So yeah, it is important thing to understand.
Absolutely. What about ice diving in your part of the world? Marcin, is that something that you guys?
Yes, it's actually we have quite a lot of snow already in the northern parts of Sweden. The same in Norway and Finland. It's been on the west coast where I live now. It's, let's say, 10 degrees and the stormy weather. But like say 1 hour up north, it's already snow. So the lakes are not freezing now. The ocean is not freezing, only by the shore. But all the lakes and quite a lot of slow rivers are turning into the perfect environments for doing the ice diving, which is very, very special. And it's really I like it. The visibility normally gets much better in the ocean and in the lakes during the winter time because you don't have any algae blooms, algae growth. So the same like you have in your parts, the eyes are just amazing. It's completely different feeling, and you've all probably seen a lot of nice videos and pictures from ice diving. So it's a fun kind of diving. How are the quarries in Canada? I have some friends doing a lot of photography in the quarries in the ice water.
Yeah, we have beautiful quarries in the eastern parts of Canada. Not so much in Western Canada, but some spectacular. I mean, as we know, Canada, we've got diving in the Great Lakes, lots of amazing shipwrecks to explore, natural shipwrecks. We have a program actually in Western Canada, the Artificial Reef Society. There's about a dozen wrecks that have been prepared and put down, especially for recreational and technical diving. But yeah, I mean, we've got quarries, we've got lake diving, ocean diving. You know, one of the things that I mentioned to a lot of people, you alluded to the fact that the visibility is better in the colder water. For most parts of Canada, the best time of year to dive is through the winter months because you have clearer water. You don't have to deal with the algae and the plankton blooms. So you get visibility sometimes of 80 feet, 90 feet. Whereas in the spring and summer, the visibility is affected by the algae and the plankton. So winter time is the best time of year to dive in a lot of parts of Canada. So
yeah, it's the same here. It's with the proper environmental and thermal protection, there is no problem with that. Of course, the exposure are not as long as during the summertime when it's especially going back to the surface is an issue. When you are going from the warm 4 degrees and you have to pass away through the 1 degree water on the way up and doing your safety stop. What kind of equipment are you using? Are you using for thermal protections? Is it the wetsuits, the neoprene dry suits? What do you think works best?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people when they first experience cold water diving in Canada will be trained in a thick wetsuit, a 7 mil one-piece wetsuit, and you would need to add to that some sort of vest, usually 5 or 7 mil thickness in your core, 7 millimeter hood. You need to have 5 or 7 millimeter gloves, boots. So what a lot of people will do is start off with a thicker wetsuit, and then as they get sort of comfortable in the environment, the next logical step is to dry suit, and that's the most comfortable way to be cold water diving in a part of the world like this. Is it's not so much that you're warmer during the dive, but it's when you get out of the water, you're not wet, in the rain and the wind or the snow. It makes a difference just to be dry. So neoprene dry suits are very popular. Trilaminate dry suits are very popular. I wear this time of year the Cressi Desert. I will wear that now through the entire winter season, and with some sort of fleece material underneath it, a fleece undersuit. So yeah, you've got to stay warm.
Yeah, it's the same for us. It's the staying warm during those dives is the safety issue. So it's having the good. We are using both the trilaminate suits. The wet suits during the winter time, it's mostly for the spear fishing and for the free diving, which is very popular as well, especially when the water is getting a bit clearer. There is a lot of different organisms in that part of the year as well. But neoprene dry suits are getting more and more popularity because of its when you do the dives down to 30 meters, this is a very good thermal protection, and it's easier to adapt for different kind of divers. The mobility is a bit better because the neoprene is stretching as well. So we've been testing the Cressi suit, so we've been very happy with that. what kind of thermal protection do you have? Do you have the dedicated fleece, or is it just the normal stuff you are using? What do you have as a base layer?
Well, we recommend like at least, it's going to depend, obviously. If you're diving like a trilaminate dry suit, you would need a thicker undergarment base layer than you would in a neoprene dry suit. Obviously, the neoprene dry suit gives you some thermal protection. So, you don't need quite as much as far as a base layer underneath it, because you have those thermal characteristics of the neoprene. So it really depends. It really depends on what style of dry suit you're wearing. And obviously in the winter months, you want to have a dry suit where you can layer underneath for, those colder times of the year. But it just, there are some people out there that are wearing, heated products that are actually heated by batteries, or a base layer that's, very expensive though. That's a huge investment for that kind of a product. The majority are just wearing, products specifically designed fleece to wear underneath the dry suits. So yeah. Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
It's for us, it's a lot of trilaminate suits with the thermal protection and the heated undergarment or heated vests. But the recreational diving to the extent of 30 meters depth is done in the different kind of products. It can be the neoprene dry suits, and then the Cressi is a very good choice. So we are trying to push for that, and as there's more and more people doing the courses in the neoprene dry suits. They are getting away a bit more from the diving in neoprene wetsuits. As you said, you have to have 7mm suit, then you have to have the shorty over that, and the mobility is kind of like not huge. But neoprene dry suits are working really well. I do use the trilaminate suit most because of that, me diving a lot of in the mines, and then you have to sometimes do the SRT climbing or doing some bit more other rope techniques, this is a bit better with the trilaminate suit. But otherwise, for the open water, I use the neoprene suits as well. So how long exposures in your waters? Normally on the, let's say, normal recreational dive, it's 60 minutes, or how?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes. Obviously, somebody that's, new to cold water diving, wearing the extra equipment, the thicker suits, heavier weight belts, their dives would generally be kind of shorter, 30, 40 minutes because of increased air consumption. But the average dive is, I would say, 45 to 60 minutes. And yeah, most of the dive centers in Canada, they're training now in dry suits. They take a little bit of extra time because, you want people to enjoy the experience. It's all relative, like I said earlier, but if they're comfortable in the water, if you can, introduce them to cold water where they're dry, it makes a world of difference. And the, retention rate to keep people diving is much better if you pay attention to these kind of details. And there's lots of tricks. I mean, I was out with a group yesterday, as a matter of fact, and I mean, the air temperature right now is close to freezing, a couple of degrees above freezing. And, we had a nice big beach fire going, thermoses of hot chocolate and coffee, and, shelter for people to get changed. So it's all in the experience, and I think it makes a world of difference. So
yeah, it starts here as well. It's been, this weekend was very good in that terms that the water temperature is dropping finally, which we like, because then the algae are not there anymore. We've got much more visibility, and there is some different organisms. Like for now, we have the octopus, the baby octopus, coming out from the depth to the shallow waters. And we have some red spotted sharks in the Norwegian fjords as well, coming up shallow when the water is a bit colder. So it's a lot of things to see when you dive cold water. It's a bit different during the winter time, and we do like it because of the visibility. How is the balancing? How does it work for you? What kind of BC systems are you using? Are you using the standard BCDs, or are you using the BCDs with the BC system with the backplates?
I would say more and more the trend is moving towards backplate style of systems. Very similar to the Cressi Aquawing. Remember that the thing that I always emphasize to people is that when you're diving in cold water, there's more equipment. You're having to deal with more gear, thicker suits, heavier amount of weight, hood, gloves. So having a product like the Cressi Aquawing, people find that it's just not as restrictive. It feels like they're wearing less. You've got a very simple harness in the front, very streamlined in the water. So that's what the trend is moving towards, with either an aluminum or in some cases a steel backplate. Just depends on the preference. Weight integration, I don't know if people are using weight integration in your area, but in our area, it's still quite popular, where people will have, because they're wearing more weight, they need to have extra weight, get it off their waist and some of it packed into the BCD, because you're usually wearing, the average person is going to be wearing anywhere from 25 to 30 pounds of weight, so that they can offset the buoyancy of the neoprene and the wetsuits or the dry suits. So yeah, what about in your area?
It's the same. It's the issue is like the amount of weight you have to put on yourself to get balance in the water. And for that, having the product like Aquawing, which I do like, and I did quite a lot of diving with that one, both during the courses and during my diving in all kind of environments. The one now which is coming up with the new line, it's with the integrated weight of 2.5 kilos. Then you have the weight pockets on each side, and then a possibility to even use the weights on the tank bands as well, which are in the Aquawing Plus, and then even new coming Aquawing Max. It's I think for our waters, this is the way to go during the winter, at least when you have to put a bit more of thermal protection. The adjustability of the system, which is really good for that one, is very simple. It works perfectly, and you will not have all the weights around the waist as in the standard BCD, which will kind of make you wobble in water when you are turning around and doing stuff. So that was a huge step for us to get that one on the market.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what I like about it as well is that, because it does use an aluminum backplate, it's not a heavy product. So it can be a hybrid. It can be used for cold water, and it can easily be packed and for a cold water diver to take on their tropical vacation as well. So we're finding that to be looks like one of the most popular Cressi options going forward here. So yeah, what about marine life in your area? Do you see big mammals? What sort of stuff do you see in your part of the world?
It's let's say if we start on the east part, we'd start the Baltic Sea, which is kind of like half of the size of the Ontario Lake, I would say. There is no oxygen, which gives us a perfectly preserved wrecks, even from the 14th, 15th, 16th century. There is no shipworm at all, so it's really good for that. But considering animal life where there is no oxygen and not much to eat, it's not very good. You can see some fish, you can see some seals. and that's kind of it. But we are doing on the east coast of Sweden and north from Poland, and that we do that kind of diving. It's mainly the wreck diving. If you want to see the marine life, then you have to concentrate on the smaller organism, which is adding quite a lot into the diving, because you have to go slower, you have to concentrate more, you have to look to see things, which is kind of cool. On the west coast of Sweden, when you have Atlantic and then Norway and going upwards, everything is just getting better and better. With every 100 kilometers, you are getting more species. When you have the Gulf current coming down, it's a few hundred species more. So then you have everything from the corals, the fish, the bigger fish, and the mammals. And if you go to northern Norway, then you have the orcas and some other big animals as well, all the time. So it's kind of like checking out, starting with Denmark and going up north, everything is getting better. This is kind of annoying for us living in Sweden, because it's a beautiful ocean we have, and we have a lot to see. But every time we go a bit north to Norway, we are always kind of surprised by this crystal clear waters and even more life. How is it in Vancouver? I know that I have never been. I would like to go, but I know that the cold water diving around there is amazing. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we have some spectacular diving, cold water diving that's just an hour away from the city. Plentiful fish, lingcod, rock cod. We have some wrecks around the city. You can dive with seals, anemone, different types of anemones, and soft glass sponge. Once you start traveling up the coast, for instance, up north on Vancouver Island or on the mainland of British Columbia, it even gets better. I mean, some of the best cold water diving, some of the best in the world for sure. I mean, I know National Geographic and the Cousteau Foundation rated it as, the Pacific Northwest as, as good, almost as good as the Red Sea, for instance. And it gets very colorful. There's a lot of current in areas, so you have to be mindful, not just kind of jump in the water, and you have to be aware of the local environment and diving on the slack tides. But it's spectacular, amazing, and it's quite diverse. One of the things I find about cold water diving in general, whether it's in the Vancouver area or Eastern Canada, is that every dive is quite different. No two sites look the same. Whether it's the topography or the marine life, it's just a completely different adventure, and that's what draws me to it. Is it's just, and it can be so different, right? I mean, we talk about the amazing visibility in the wintertime, but then in the spring and summer, when the visibility, isn't that great, and you can only see maybe a few feet in front of you, you're kind of down near the bottom, and you're concentrating on all of the micro marine life, and looking for octopuses in their dens and that kind of thing. So yeah, that's what I like about it for sure.
I think it's kind of,
we've got some other cool stuff for sure.
I think this is what you said. Like you said, it differs, the cold water diving from warm water diving. For me, going to the, let's see, Red Sea, it's an amazing experience, but it's kind of overwhelming. There's a lot of things, and it's kind of everywhere. For cold water diving, when you are adapted to the environment, you have the proper gear, proper thermal protection, and the very well balanced rig, everything kind of slows down, and then you have to pay more attention. So it means that you are even relaxing more from everything else, because you are concentrating on whatever you can find or see. You have to look under the rocks. You have to go a bit around there. Go slower around the rocks, take care of the currents, see how the environment is, learn more. And then you go to the same dive site 3 weeks later, and it's completely different, because there's a new animals coming because of the temperature difference in the water and the currents. So yeah, it's a special kind of diving. We are not saying that the warm water diving is bad. It's good from time to time, but I think you should all try cold water more often.
Yep. Of course, it's one of the things that is important to note is that, you know, for those interested in experiencing cold water diving, you really need to take the time to get some advice and maybe a little bit of extra training, because it can be a more harsh environment. You're dealing with lower visibility a lot of the time. You've got heavier weights, thicker suits. You know, certainly wouldn't recommend that somebody just kind of jump in the water and go for a cold water dive without at least having a conversation with an instructor and
well, Mike, not even talking about Paddy, SDI, whatever you name them. Of course, trying to sell dry suit classes, but in general, it's just potentially, maybe it's the wrong word, but dangerous if you dive in a cold water environment, not aware of the danger that comes with a leaking dry suit, etc. You need to prepare a little bit different, I'm sure. You can't just learn that from YouTube, even from an online class. You need to sign up and probably go with a pro, hook up with whatever dive school or operation that you can get your hands on, and let them show you the ropes, right?
Yeah, 100%. Someone that's knowledgeable in the local environment. I mean, a lot of our dives, you know, when you get in the water, even when the visibility is good and you begin your descent, you cannot see the bottom. It's not like jumping in off of a boat at a tropical location where a lot of the times you can see the bottom, and you've got good orientation. There's times when, you know, it's quite green and dark blue and it's very limited. So 100% I can't overemphasize that enough, the importance of that, for sure.
And I don't know how it is in Scandinavia or in Canada, but weather can change very rapidly. So between the time you enter the water and you exit the water, it might be that the wind is coming from another direction, or that there is zero visibility because there's whatever, mist or snow or whatever. You need to really prep for the worst.
Yeah, that's like Mike said, you have to be prepared for that. And then it works both way around. When you are going to the warmer waters, for us, it's the same to get to know the environment. There is maybe the species which are dangerous for the divers, but cold water is a challenging way of diving. But from the other hand, more challenging way of diving, the more equipment-oriented way of diving, I would say as well. Then it's a good thing that we have Cressi, who has the whole range of the gear for the cold water diving as well, with the very good regulators, with very good immersion suits. Then the same with the BCD systems. With new Aquatic Max coming, is going to be even better. But even a lot of classic BCDs, let's say they call them like that, are designed for cold water diving. The buckles are much bigger, a bit stronger, and resistant for the cold. So I would say, yeah, get to know the environment, talk to someone who knows it. People are very friendly in Scandinavia, believe me. So it's kind of like, it's a lot of fun. And then considering the diving, I think, as Mike said, Pacific Northwest is one of the best diving in the world, but Norwegian North is coming very close with the strong currents like South Straumen. Maybe you've heard of it. When it's and then there's a crystal clear visibilities. And then, of course, Iceland, when you have 2 degrees water in the shelves. So it's kind of like visibility up to 50 meters.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. You just mentioned the Aquawing Max, but that's some kind of a premiere because people are not aware of that BCD yet, at least not in the US. In 2 weeks from now, there's DEMA. It's a trade show for dive operators, and we will introduce the BCD there. But maybe you can tell me what the little difference is between the Aquawing that's out there and the Aquawing Max, because I know that Mike and his colleagues from the cold water area have always been asking for a product like the Max because they need that higher lift capacity, right?
Yeah. Yes, it's a bit higher. It's the higher lift capacity in the wing itself if you compare to the Aquawing Plus. And then the important thing is that you have this insert of the weight adapted into the back plate, which is on 2.5 kilos, meaning that you will have kind of like complete system which is adapted for cold water diving in a very, very good way. I did not have any issues with using the Aquatic Plus in terms of capacity, lift capacity, because you are diving in the immersion suits, so you have the undergarments, so normally that's not an issue. But still, it's the safety to have a bit extra on the bladder as well.
Yeah, makes sense.
I would echo that. I mean, having that extra lift capacity, just from a safety point of view, an extra comfort that if you did need that lift, it's there for you. I mean, personally, I don't have any problem. I haven't had any problem diving with the Plus in cold water. I have a dry suit. Remember that a dry suit also, you inflate your dry suit, and that gives you some lift as well. So, but the Max is just kind of the ultimate version of this product, because you're getting a bigger bladder, more lift, and it's perfect for our cold water environments.
Yes, it's we're really looking forward to that one, and I've seen that one live as well. It's a really good product, and then having some extra lift in the BC system is as well when we have a bit more harsh waters and a bit more currents and winds coming, when you have to go up and wait for the diving boat. It's good to have some extra just to lift yourself up from the water. So yeah,
one of the things Thierry just showed on the screen there was the undersuit that we will typically wear underneath the Cressi desert dry suit in our area here. We will layer as well at different times of the year. Something that is worth noting about cold water diving is it's very important when you're dry suit diving that you have a product as well, excuse me, that wicks moisture away from your body. What can happen in the summertime when you're dry suit diving is, it's a hot day. It's maybe 25 degrees in the summer. You're preparing for a dive in a lake or the ocean, the Great Lakes, where in Canada, where it's cold, really cold all year round, you start to sweat and perspire, and now you go down underwater, and the cold hits you like a cement wall, and you've got that layer of moisture. You can get colder quicker. So, it's so important to really take the time and make sure you're wearing the proper undergarment underneath your dry suit. A base layer that wicks moisture away, and a proper type of material like the undersuit that we have to insulate you. So, yeah.
yes.
I showed the pictures and the photos of the Aquatic Max just right now. So it's a little teasing for United States market. Just prior to the show.
We're getting inventory, and Thierry, we choose deliberately not to talk too much about products during CIVE, because we want to have a dialogue about the diving. But when you talk about cold water, it's a different type of sport, and it's hard not to talk about the specific products that you need for that. So it's the Max, it's the dry suits, regulators. It's a regulator that is certified for cold water. If you're not sure if your regulator, whatever brand it is certified, bring it to your store to make sure before you go on an adventure that you know what you're doing. Or even better, like Marcin and Mike just tell us, you need to seek for local knowledge and hook up with a local operator to make sure that you know what they're doing, because at least learn from what they're doing, right?
Yeah, it's important. Just safety first, as always when diving. So yes, as you said, we don't talk that much about the gear itself at CIVE, but it's for cold water, it is important part of the whole thing. it is a gear-oriented sport in general, but cold water, it's a bit it takes a bit more of it. Even for the free diving, for the spearfishing, you have the thicker suits. You're going to up to 7mm suits. 5mm is fine, but during the winter time when the ice diving is coming, it's a bit cold. But still.
Yeah, we have a comment in the chat, really interesting because it's coming from Theo from South Africa, and it's a mix close to be the cold water and the sharks, because the shark was the previous presentation, and they have also there a lot of very diverse scuba diving there, mixing the two topics. It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, we don't. I mean, we have in Canada, we do have a couple of species of sharks. Probably the one that we talk about most is the 6-gill shark off the west coast of Canada. Certainly, the east coast of Canada, there's been reports of that in that area of great white sharks. I don't know of any operations that do cage diving off of the east coast of Canada. But on the west coast, you do have the opportunity, especially in the summer months, to encounter a 6-gill shark, and they're a big shark. They can be 10 to 12 feet in length, and generally that you will only see them in the warmer months. They come up from the depth. They're a deep water shark. And they come up, when I say shallow water, 80 feet, maybe 100-foot range, 60 meters. And for whatever reason, there has been research done. We don't know why they come up. It's not to mate, it's not to eat. But they're quite docile. They're not an aggressive shark, moving very slowly through the water column, and it's a rare encounter. You don't see them often, but if you're lucky, you can see that species of shark in Western Canada. I think the thing that one of the most exciting encounters that you can have in Canadian waters is if you have the opportunity to come across a herd of sea lions. They can be quite intimidating. Some of them are 1,000 pounds, almost a ton, the big males, and they've got teeth like a dog, and you can be swimming in packs of them in some areas. But yeah, that's it for sharks. Nothing really else that you would see. How about for you, Marcin, in your area?
As I said before, we have during the June month in the certain part of Norway, there is dog sharks coming to the shallows, and there is a lot of activity. You can swim with like hundreds of them, and it's really amazing. The visibility is crystal clear in these parts. It's not kind of very common to go diving. Then you have to have the boat, and you have to follow the certain regulations. But now during the October, November, when there are coming red spotted sharks, which is about 1.5 meter in the shallows for Norway, and maybe to some the Swedish fjords as well. You can see them from time to time. But this is just this part of the year, and it's a lot of fun because you have to go for the normally not very interesting dive sites, which is kind of like the mud, nothing else. But during this period of time, you can see those sharks, which is really, really cool. That doesn't happen that often. You see them actually, but some places, yeah. For the seals, we have on the east coast of Sweden, we have the gray seal, and they are quite different to the one we have on the west coast. On the east coast of Sweden, they are completely unfrightened by humans. They used to have, we did have some issues with population growing a bit lower, but now everything is on the way up, and the dive with them is kind of amazing. You can have 7, 8, 10s on one dive, and everything is fine because they will try to open the pockets from the dry suit. Then they will try to get your fins, And everything is good until the point when they are actually trying to get the hosts from your regulators. But as I said, it's like the dogs. It's like diving with playful dogs. They are very smart, very interested. But on the other side, on the west coast of Sweden, they are very, very, how do you say it? They are not very keen of divers around. Even if you go diving without bubbles, with rebreathers, they are still not coming to you. You can see them on the rocks, on the surface, but almost never underwater. Only when free diving. That's good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. We, speaking of free diving, that's, if you were to have an encounter with an orca whale, it would have to be free diving on the west coast of Canada. I mean, they're a big animal. I don't know of any recorded incidents of a diver encountering a killer whale, an orca, but I have heard of some free divers diving in the area and had the luxury of spotting a massive orca while they were free diving. So
yeah,
so
they accidentally run into each other.
Yeah.
It's very popular. There is a part of northern Norway. It's called Tromsø Fjord, when you have killer whales coming with the youngsters. It's from the October, November maybe until the March, and there is a few expeditions going. I mean, by expedition I mean you can actually go on the boat and take the place, and they are free diving. They never go up scuba equipment. And the pictures are just amazing. I had some friends who went there, and then they did a lot of footage and a lot of videos, and they used the underwater scooters as well, which gave them quite a lot of time with the killer whales, because normally you spot them on the surface when you can follow the birds. You can see the herds of birds going around, the seagulls, and when the birds are there, you have the killer whales chasing the fish. So then normally you have to go quite fast with the boat. They jump into the water, try to swim, get some minutes of diving with them. But having the DPV scooters, underwater scooters, you can actually stay in the water, having the proper thermal protection, normally a bit thicker, let's say 5-7 millimeters wetsuit, and just chase them with the scooter being in the water all the time and get quite a lot of time with them. So that was a nice experience. I would try to do it someday in near future.
Yeah. Do you do a lot of scooter diving?
Yeah, normally, yes, we do quite a lot of scooter diving due to the
more powerful than you. Making your
Okay.
And is that to preserve your air usage, or why would you do it? Just to
DPV diving, just to cover the distance, and we do a lot of scooter diving and DPV diving when exploring the mines as well. When you have sometimes you go into the point when you've been before, and then you start the exploration of the mine. That's why you're using the DPV as a transport. For some parts of diving in Denmark, there's a lot of diving under the bridges in the more narrow parts. Then the current can pick up quite a lot, so you can use them as a safety device as well. So in this, we kind of like, there is always a lot of talk about recreational and technical diving, but the things are still the same. We're using the same gear for both recreational and for the technical diving. The regulators from, let's say, Cressi, we use them as well on the deep exploration dives in the mines, in the, let's say, 1 degree water, which is kind of tough.
Guys, I was just going to, just in the background here, I don't have any photos prepared, but I've got a little 3-minute video just to play in the background, that just some highlights of some cold water diving here on the West Coast. So I'll just share my screen here and see if I can. All right. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Marcin, in your area, do you guys do mostly shore diving, or do you do boat diving? What's the preference?
Both. When you do the fjords, we do a lot of shore diving. We have the threshold fjord, which is called Gullmarn here in Sweden. Then it's almost always diving from the shore. But otherwise, when you go a bit higher up the coast, more north, then it's a boat diving. It's always better. If you want to reach some depth, the sea is quite shallow, close to the shore in the west coast of Sweden. On the east coast of Sweden, on the Baltic Sea, it's almost always the boat diving.
Yeah, I would say it's about 50-50 here. I mean, it depends where you are, but boat diving is more popular. You can get to some more remote places. But there's lots of great shore diving locations as well on the East Coast and the West Coast of Canada. So, but yeah, you get more pristine diving if you're out on a boat for sure, especially on Vancouver Island.
It's still the same here. If you go a bit farther out of the coast, then you have a bit more currents, and then the islands are always better. You can choose the site. There is a little bit more of life on those, and some of them are really, really good. A lot of wracks are out of the coast, but let's say, for instance, the best wrack diving in Norway is in the harbor of Narvik, when you have like 20 of wracks lying in the harbor, so you can actually do from the same spot almost. There is a lot of diving inland in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, when you have the lakes, when you have the rivers, when you have the quarries, and it's completely different way of doing it. It's changing even more than the ocean diving in terms of visibility. It's kind of weather depending. If it's raining, then you can go diving there for the weeks and all of that. How is it in Canada?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the boat diving is very quick. You just, you hop on the boat in the marina, 20 minutes, you're out to the site. There's nothing really we don't have any live aboard options, but all of the diving is very, very close to shore. So 20-minute boat ride from the marina and you're into some spectacular shore divings or boat diving. So yeah.
No live aboards in our here in Norway, especially. There is a lot of boat diving, but not kind of like live aboard. All normal, you have like maximum 40 minutes of boat ride to the dive site. All right. Above that is getting kind of, you never know how the sea is going to be. It's changing quite a lot. So it's for the safety reason, it's done like that. And all the routes when the boats are moving are close to the shore, so all of the wracks are close to the shore as well. Okay. How it is with the spearfishing in Canada? Is it allowed?
Yeah. If you have a license on certain areas of the country, it is allowed. There are some provinces where it's completely restricted, but and tight regulations as to what you can spearfish, but it's quite popular in British Columbia, and I know that lingcod are popular, and I would say, I mean, we have a huge freediving community in British Columbia, and there are some that spearfish, but mostly it's just freediving as a recreation. There's not a huge spearfishing market. So
Norway is I think is one of the biggest spearfishing grounds in the world. It's very, very popular. They have an amazing amount of the species, amazing amount of fish, and it's never going to be an issue in terms of fishing out, because if you compare it to the commercial fishing, it's completely different. So the spear fishing gear is very, very popular. It's the same with the protection, like the spear fishing suits, gloves, and all of that. Yeah, now we can see the video.
Yeah, so this is a short 2-3 minute video on diving in British Columbia. So it kind of highlights some of the more exciting parts of it. And yeah, I just thought I'd play that. There's some sea lions and people preparing for shore diving. And yeah. Best time of year for weather on the West Coast is kind of the summer months and into the early fall. But of course, then you're dealing with visibility issues underwater. So January, February is when the water is clearest. In fact, I was out yesterday and we already had, believe it or not, almost 20-25 meters of horizontal visibility. So it was quite something. So giant Pacific octopus, they're quite popular in this part of the world in the cold water. Some of them can be like 200 pounds, huge octopus, but they won't harm you.
The one we have now in Sweden and parts of Norway, they are 2 centimeters. They are baby octopus. You have to spend quite a lot of time trying to get to them and find them. When you find them, you just stay with one. And then normally you will find a bit more of those. That's amazing footage, but it looks, if you would say that Norway on steroids, this is how it looks. It's like you're diving in the northern Norway, but a bit more of the aquatic life and a bit of more visibility, maybe.
Right. One of my favorite freshwater dives was a dive in the fall at the mouth of a river. It's more like a stream that type of year, and just kneeling down on the sandy bottom of a lake, watching hundreds and hundreds of red sockeye salmon that were trying to make their way up the river to spawn. Definitely one of my most memorable freshwater dives I've ever done. So
we could see on the picture that they were doing. They did try to say they did sing the old Navy ships, which are cleaned from the. Is it popular thing of doing making the artificial reefs, or how does it work?
It was something that started in the early 1990s. The Artificial Reef Society of British Columbia, and they took, there's approximately 6 or 7 Canadian Navy escort destroyers that they completely stripped, cleaned, and put them down at various locations to enhance the diving and help with local dive tourism. So it's very popular in a lot of areas where you can go and visit one of these ships. So yeah, of course, though, even though they have been prepared, there still are hazards, low visibility, current. They weren't cleaned completely, so there are areas where there's hazards and things you could get hung up. So training and orientation, very popular, right?
For us, it's been, we did some projects like that with creating the reefs in cold water. We don't have that much soft corals. You have to go a bit deeper. But there are parts of Norway when we can start see the cold water soft corals at the depth of 25 meters maybe, and going down to 50. It's tons of them. Very, very spectacular. And there were some projects with sinking the old Navy ships, which was stripped completely from everything. and it did work really well. You can see the huge difference in between. Like it took about 2 to 3 years, and it was completely grown with the animal life, and this is very popular for the fish and for the other organisms. So
yeah,
it's the way to create that.
Yep. Great.
Yeah. To sum up, the cold water diving, it's very special. I would recommend for everyone to try. And you can find the cold water diving in the different parts of the world. And I think the Canada and then the Scandinavia are two best places to try. Not everyone can go and try to dive in Antarctica or somewhere like that. It's kind of complex expeditions normally. But trying this kind of diving, which is a bit more equipment oriented, but when you get into it, it's kind of like, it's a drag. It's a very special diving, and it's really, really nice.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
sure. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
Good. Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I would echo exactly Marcin's comments. I mean, it's, I love warm water diving. A lot of places that I still need to go to, but I always find cold water diving is quite an adventure.
I got one last little question. So when the winter really kicks in and all the logistics that come with the diving get bigger and bigger, do you guys also have like an indoor season that you go to pools to train certain tactics or new gear, or especially for free divers? I can imagine that you just want to get your into the water, and that a pool can do a lot for you as well. Do you see that happens?
Absolutely, I see it happen. A lot of dive centers across the country have a program where you can, every Tuesday night, sign up and come out to the swimming pool and practice your techniques, have some fun, some refreshments after, for both scuba diving and free diving. And that's a very popular pastime. And like you said, and there are some months where it's, even if you're a hardcore cold water diving, it's just too nasty to venture out to the lakes or to the ocean. So it's definitely.
And for free divers, you need to train. So I can imagine it. Okay, then maybe outside is a little bit too much today. Let's give it for a week. Let's go into the pool. I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, guys. You've been entertaining us quite well with a lot of topics, but all around cold water diving. Thank you very much, Marcin.
Thanks.
For you, it's almost evening. Mike, it's about lunchtime, I assume, for you almost.
Yep.
Yes, it's time to go swimming or diving. For a while, it's still warm in the water. We have amazing 12 degrees Celsius, so I will take my dog out swimming as every evening. Yeah.
Yeah, Theo, you were enjoying few times ago with Jason at time in Grand Cayman, and I will be soon with Marcin in Scandinavia. So we have two technical seminars in 2 weeks. So
yeah,
thank you for.
Let's say stay tuned for cold water content with Thierry as a main person. It's gonna work perfectly.
Yeah, thank you for the time. Thank you for the presentation, and Marcin, see you soon.
Yeah,
and see you really soon too. Also, Mike. Thank you.
Thanks very much,
guys. Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Yeah, Thierry. So we're up to the next topic, right?
We are up to the next topic, and to the next topic we have Stefano Pedemonte, who is one of our engineers and working in the R&D department at Cressi in Italy. As you might know, we are a family company, and everything we do is managed inside of the company. So we have research and development inside of the company, and let's say 85% of the production is made inside of the company. So it's quite amazing. And I think we are the biggest producer that produce himself his equipment, especially.
At least the oldest in the world. And then Stefano is actually working with his office. We've both been there. Stefano is in the production in Genova, in Italy, actually very close to the office of Mr. Cressi, Antonio Cressi. For us, it's Mr. Cressi himself.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome,
Bye,
Stefano.
everyone.
Thank you
Bye.
for your time. It's great that you're here.
Thank
The
you.
master.
Sorry. Sorry, just a moment. Yes, yes. I pleased a lot to be here. And I'm working in Cressi since 1999. And I'm really involved in the design of product like regulator and accessories for diving, spear gun, and other things. And I worked a lot also on a new line of product like the DigiLine product. So at the beginning with Digi2, then Digi1, and then we are working a lot on the next product for the future. We patented a lot of things on this product, and so we are going ahead with the design and with over regulator, over spear gun, over other things. So I'm here to show something different from the everyday. Yes, I want to show something more than you can find on the catalog or in the standard presentation. So I'm here to answer to your questions and what you want.
So we know that you are more dedicated for so digital, for the DigiLines, for the regulators, and for the spearfishing line.
Exactly.
Let's start with the electronic line with the DigiLine, because the DigiLine, if I'm right, it's a digital pressure gauge.
Yes.
That is amazing. And what are the advantages compared to the classic mechanical pressure gauge?
Yes. Basically, there is a matter of accuracy and the facility that you can have to read the value. So the depth and the pressure of your tank, etc. You have more data from a Digi, and I can show you. Can I share my screen or not?
Yes, you can share your screen.
We can see it now.
You can.
We see your full screen, and now we see the picture of the Digi2.
Yes, yes. This is a screen of that is a screen of Digi2, where you can see that we have a very big value of gas pressure in the upper side of the screen, 178 with gas pressure. Then we have depth, and then we show the range. By range, we say about the minutes that you have at this pressure, at this depth, with the same ratio of operation. With the same ratio of sorry?
No, nothing. You can continue.
Okay. You see also the depth max, and then the dive time and temperature. The dive time and temperature go up and down. So at a glance, you see all information in a screen very readable, and with a passive backlight, and very precise and very reliable. The autonomy, the battery replacement is very, you don't have to replace the battery very often. And the product, again, is very reliable and more than the analog counterparts. After that DG2, we designed the DG that in the same package emphasize just the value of tank pressure, with also a presentation in a different way, similar to the analog device of the pressure. Then we have you have the temperature of the water and just the temperature, not the dive time. You can change the battery by yourself, and also in this case we have a very reliable product with a good display. And we patented 3 things on that product: the housing of a high pressure sensor, the battery compartment, and also a test of when you change the battery. We patent a test for the sealness of the product. And nothing. So I have a lot of things to say about that product, but of course,
yeah, just to be clear with everyone. So when you change the battery, it's mandatory to change the battery, the O-rings, and the battery cap.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
So this is the only way to guarantee that you have a full kit with a new cap, and with the new cap we have sealing.
Yes, exactly. And to guarantee the sealing during when you change the battery, DG start automatically a sealing test. And there is a special procedure to do that you can find on the manual. I can show you if you want, but it's really easy, and you have to do that. If you do this test, you are sure that the product is completely sealed.
So you don't have to worry that you're changing the battery before you go diving and that you might actually flood the device, because it's testing itself. You know, okay, it passes the test, so it's definitely watertight. I can go diving.
Exactly, yes. After the battery change, you are more sure that the product is tight than before.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, because you do the test exactly when you change the battery.
And if I'm right, you also have a quick test before each dive when you open the cylinder.
Now, when you open the cylinder, you pressurize, of course, the DG2, and in some way you test that the HKP sensor is okay, because for a certification reason, if you have some seal, some I don't know, some air pass through the HKP sensor, there is a security feature that prevent the explosion of the product. Okay. So like an analog gauge, if you have some sealing between the HKP side of the product and the internal of the body, there is a feature that there is a breakable point. I don't know exactly the name in English.
And
but,
such kind of overpressure valve system.
Exactly, yes. Yes. But the test for the ambient pressure is done just when you do the battery change.
And I think we don't have any button on the DG2 just to turn it on.
Yes, you have just to connect to the tank, open the valve, and the digital start to read pressure and ambient pressure.
Okay, and after the dives, do you turn it off or is it automatic?
No. It is automatically switch off.
Okay.
You have just to close the valve, and when the pressure of the circuit go down 11 bars, the DG after 2 minutes switch off.
Save batteries.
To save batteries, yes. And we suggest to use the smart cover. If you put the smart cover, you extend the battery life, and then you have just to rinse in fresh water like a regulator, and it's ready for the next time.
Yeah, that's a really important point to rinse and to clean the equipment after each dive, because we sometimes see equipment in a lot of dust, salts, sand on it, and it's a pity for equipment.
You can maintain the connection with the first stage. You don't have to remove from the first stage. You can clean together with the regulator all equipment. Yes, just in fresh water. Yes.
So for the cleaning, it's a diver level. So every user must clean the equipment after the dive. For the maintenance, of course, you need to go to a Cressi certified technician to make the maintenance. Don't do it.
Of course, and use the right product, not a receipt from the cuisine or the kitchen or.
No, you need to use the original spares to avoid any problem, and for your safety, of course.
Yes.
And to follow all the regulations and the maintenance procedures with the proper tools.
Exactly, yes.
You were speaking about the battery life, that you don't have to change the battery often. So how many dives could you do with the DG or DG2?
Okay.
Just an average?
It's impossible, but if you do one dive next to other, you can do 1,000 dive without change battery. But of course not, because also in a diving you have sometimes between a dive and the other. So if we are concentrated just in 1 year, you can expect a life of battery of 700 dive.
That's quite a lot. Then, of course, if you are performing dives like the previous topic in cold water, it could also affect a bit the autonomy.
Exactly, yes. Cold water, the length of the diving. Anyway, I have this is. Do you see this table? So for 1 year in this side, in the X-axis, we have the year of use. In the other is the percentage of the charge of a battery. So if you use during a year the DG2, you expect that you go from a full charge to 0 in 1 year with 700 dive. If you do 130 dive a year, you expect a life of a little more than 3.5 years. if you do just 50 immersion a year, you expect a life more than 5 years.
So for most recreational divers, it should be around 4 to 5 years easily.
Yes, for sure. Yes, a diver. Yes. Generally, a life of a battery is more than a life of an analog device, because an analog device is difficult. It is difficult that is reliable after 3 or 4 years of use, because is not so reliable an analog gauge.
Okay. So it's more accurate and the lifetime is longer. So let's say it's quite a new product in the line, but what could be the lifetime of the DG or DG2 compared to the analog device?
But generally speaking, the accuracy of the DG2 doesn't change during the use. So from the beginning to the end of life, the reliability, the accuracy is the same, and doesn't change when you change battery, and is just a matter of calibration at the beginning of the life. So in comparison, at the beginning, in comparison to an analog gauge, the CA regulation asks for 5 plus or minus bars at 50 bars. So an analog gauge for the CA certification, when you have 50 bars in the tank, you can read from 45 to 55. With DG, at 50 bars, we have spot on or plus 0.5 minus 0.5 bars at 50. And it is the same up to 200 bars. At 200 bars, we have 1 plus 1 million bars of accuracy. So it's very accurate.
Yeah, because sometimes we read on the forums or diver stories that they had to trouble or with the misreading on the analog device because it was blocked to 40 bar, but in reality they were already to empty tank.
Yeah,
so
yes.
It will not happen with the DG or the DG9.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if you have some problem or if you have an empty battery, it show up that the battery is, you have to replace the battery, but up to that moment the reading of the pressure tank is absolutely correct.
Okay, and for I know that it's an Italian product. It's made in Italy, and
yes,
one of the testing room is very close of your office. I know.
Yes.
Do you test each batch of production and with hard test, or just you have a look to the unit and then you send the unit to the market?
No. We test every single unit and we calibrate every single unit because every sensor is different. So we have to check and we have to calibrate every single DG for every single sensor. So for every DG, we have a story, so that start from the serial number, and we are able to check every single calibration. So after if for some reason DG2 come back, we are able to check all single phases of assembly and calibration. So we produce in Italy the motherboard, and every single part of plastic and metal. We buy overseas just the LCD and put everything together, check that we register every single part that go with this serial number, and then check that the sealness and the calibration, and we produce a warranty connected to the serial number. Yes, and yes, the story is complete of the product from the beginning, from the order to the end user.
Yeah, with such testing and traceability, we are reducing and after sales to the minimum by checking the quality of every single unit.
Of course, yes, yes.
Great. And we don't have any extra screen protector. So could you explain us why we don't have and why we don't need an extra screen protector on the digital?
In reality, you don't see the screen protector, but there is a screen protector on the transparent of the Digi2. Because if you try, you can feel a rubber over the transparency of LCD. Is a foil that is self I don't know the name in English. Self-repairing, yes. So if you scratch this foil after sometimes with water and warm, self-repair it. And I have no. No. No, I hope to have a photo to show this, but no, it's not presentable.
It's not. No, but
anyway,
I can cheat because I have one of those here.
Okay.
That you gave me some years ago, so I still have one here, and honestly speaking, no dealer is asking for it or no diver, because it's a really high quality let's say sticker.
Yeah.
Yes. High brands.
It's better, in my opinion, is better than a rigid screen protector, because all of us know that in water, also when the rigid screen protector is not so clear underwater, Theo can confirm that you don't have a problem of visibility. But this is good also if you are not in the water. So
exactly, when it's all completely scratched and you want to check your logbook, or you want to see, or you want to plan your dive before you jump in the water, you want to have something like this with the Digi so that you can clearly see.
Yes, it is important for this product, because all of us knows that the didactic of body, etc., ask to check the pressure outside water.
Absolutely.
So if you have a screen protector that blind the LCD, of course, okay, that underwater is okay, but you have to see also outside water. So you don't have often always the possibility to humidize the screen protector to see the LCD. So it is important that is okay also outside water. This is a good option.
Yeah, let's say the hard plastic, clear plastic protector is more an old-fashioned and an old technology, we can say, for.
Yeah, in my opinion, yes.
Well, Well, there's so much more to it, which you would call on old-fashioned, because I've never actually thought about this, Stefano, until I started diving the Digi2. How strange it is that everybody accepts the fact that with a traditional analog gauge, when you have a full tank, like say 200 bar, 3000 psi, whatever you like, the needle is up in the middle.
Yes.
Like it's a half tank, because all these gauges go further, like 3,500 bar, you know, like 5,000 psi. So many students on YouTube say, "Oh, I only have half a tank." No, it's full. But look at the needle, yeah, but that is full, 200 bar. And now with the Digi2, you can exactly see how much air there is left in your tank. So it's first of all more precise. There's less confusion because you don't see where the needle is or should be. It's more precise, it's more durable, and it gives you much more data.
Yes.
For me, I'm just puzzled that we are the only one in the market with a product like this.
Yes, yes.
Don't you think it's absurd? Don't you think like, and I've said this internally several times, that I'm convinced that in 15 years from now, people don't dive analog gauges anymore. We all have a smartphone. We all use a GoPro. This is what people expect, especially younger people. They want to be digital and be able to see more precise, more data, which is also more durable. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, yes. It's easier to read because, like you said before, with an analog device, with an analog gauge, in a 45 degree of a movement of a needle, you see all the air from the 200 to 50.
Yeah, absurd.
Yes, you don't have any feeling of the remaining air in your. You see just that at one time you are full, at another time you are empty. So
exactly, and I don't worry about instructors out there that know exactly what they're doing, or very knowledgeable, experienced divers, whatever. But new divers, they might end up in reserve, not being aware of, okay, I still got a lot going. Well, with the Digi2, your digits start to blink, which
yes.
is a clear indication, hey, we're at the end of our dive. We really start to prep and surface now.
Yes.
And I think out of safety, that's a no-brainer. So sooner or later, I'm convinced that people will look at analog gauges the way we look now at horse collar BCDs. The first jackets were stupid and nobody liked them, and it took a lot of brands a long time to jump on the bandwagon and start to create jackets or wings. And by now, we're the only one out there that has a digital console like this. It doesn't exist. I'm just puzzled that it takes so long. Maybe because I'm living this, that I'm so aware of the fact this exists. But in 15 years from now, I'm convinced that nobody will have analog gauges anymore.
Me too. Yes.
Because you have explained it to me. Maybe this goes a little bit far but I like the fact that you need to understand that from your high pressure hose, the air goes normal-wise to a traditional gauge. But with this, the air meets like a little ceramic plate, right? So the high pressure air from your first stage goes to the pressure gauge, either the Digi2 or a traditional analog gauge.
Just in the same way.
If you have water in your first stage because you rinsed your first stage without the dust, which is wrong and should not happen, but reality can happen.
Yes.
This is the end ultimately of your analog gauge, because the water will actually enter your analog gauge. Yeah. Will the water also enter your Digi2? That's my question.
Yes.
Answer. I want you to answer.
It's for that reason that I think that is more reliable than analog gauge, because analog gauge, if for some reason some water or just humidity goes into the internal part of the analog gauge after not so many times broken. In the Digi2 we use a ceramic sensor that is totally doesn't care at all about water and every type of things that can go from the first stage. For some reason, a petroleum company asked Cressi for the DG2 to check pressure in the underwater piping of petrol, and because they understand that is reliable also in this particular situation. So against other type of gas or other type of fluid than water and air. So the ceramic is a really tough material that is unattachable from a lot of type of gas, also the most aggressive, and a lot of type of liquid. So is totally is more reliable in comparison to analog device for that reason. Yes, also for that reason.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense to me, especially because we're in 2023 these days. And I can remember very well a couple of decades ago that people said, oh, computers, they're not reliable, take some electronics underwater because you need today, it's clear that everybody has a smartphone, and a lot of them almost take it on the water, because I see all these cases for it. People have GoPros, and having a Digi2. You tried to tell us the right arguments that it's very durable, and that it's and easy to work with it, etc., etc. But it's how the world turns these days. It's also what I believe that divers expect, that we move forward with the technology that we have today. But this is not something that you did overnight. How long did it took you to design and from the scratch, the first idea of the Digi2 till the final production? How long does it take? Like a year or years?
Years.
Yeah.
3 years of works, not exclusive, but 3 years of works, because we didn't start from nothing. We start from scratch, from nothing. So we have to decide about the right sensor, the right way to connect the sensor to the other part, the right way to calibrate, because there wasn't before a way to calibrate in this way the AKP pressure sensor, and also the ambient pressure. We calibrate all together, AKP pressure and the ambient pressure in the same test. It is new for our world, because for other product like Leonardo, etc., we use a pre-calibrated sensor, but for the reason that we have to calibrate the AKP pressure, we decide for this product to calibrate in internal also the ambient pressure. So we designed a special test machine just for this product. We are able to test at what temperature that we want at every pressure, and it's for that reason that we are going ahead with a new product for the future, with the same characteristic of simplicity and reliable. Yes.
Yeah, with such product, you don't need only needs to make and to produce and to invent the final product. You also have to create and to test the testing machine that you are using. So,
yes, but because that two things go together. You are able to do a product like that just if you think before how to test, how to calibrate. In the design of a product, must be must follow the design of the calibration of the machine calibration. Yes.
Great. I have a question from the chat. Do you recommend the digital pressure gauge for DG or DG2 if I dive only during my holidays?
No, there is no problem. You have just to clean from one holiday to another, and check like other equipment before to start for your holiday. That everything is okay. The battery, when you check, you have to see that the battery, you don't have to replace the battery. But generally speaking, you can use for your holiday like a regulator. You can left the DG2 connected to the first stage when you want to start for diving. Check if everything is okay with the same procedure that you use for regulator.
Okay, great. That was great for the DG2. I don't know if you have something else to add, or Theo, if you have another question. If not, we can go.
I don't have another question. I just say it one more time. Maybe I missed something in the scuba diving world. I don't understand why nobody else has a product like this. When I bring it into dive schools, they use it in rental. It's what people that don't dive expect. They expect to have a digital console that gives them all the information that D2 does, something more durable, more precise. I'm just puzzled because, with all the respect for the company Cressi, we're not a typical company that always walks ahead of everybody else. We don't invent the wheel. We're a very stable, old company that makes sure that we don't just run after every ball that's shot. But now what happened is that we really hit a home run with a product that nobody else had, and you designed it, Stefano. So
Yeah.
thank you for explaining.
Thank you.
Yeah, concerning the DG family, I will not ask you if you have another idea of another improvement, because I don't want to
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
Today.
No, anyway, we are going.
But I'm sure you're working on something.
Yes, sure, yes.
So we skip after that word to the regulator world, because you are also involved in the regulator department at Cressi.
Yeah. Yes, regulator is one of my first project for in Cressi. So from the beginning, I started to work on regulator, and by now I think that 95% of our regulator is designed in Cressi, and I'm really involved in that design with my colleague, of course. And but I had a lot of satisfaction for in regulator line. Yes, of course, yes, yeah.
We have a very nice range of regulators at Cressi, but what makes Cressi regulators top level regulators? Because we are not so recognized as very top level regulators, but we don't need to be jealous with the other brands.
Yeah. But generally, it's difficult to answer to that question. But mainly we don't do any compromise on material. So if we feel that we have to use a material, we use this material without thinking about the cost or the difficulty to obtain this. So, for example, the PVD on the T10, or the special brass where we use in our regulator, especially on the first stage. We don't do any compromise. Then I think that another thing is that we are very focused on the end user. So we try to design products that are easy to maintain also, but in a matter of user interface, for example, the dive pre-dive knob, we don't want to remove a diver pre-dive knob because it's just an example, because we feel that it's very important for the diver, and do something that others don't want to propose, but we think it's just an example, but we think that is important to not cut the cost in that way. Yeah.
Now we are using some quite very nice material also for the injection, like the second stages with a noise cancelling material, so that decrease the noise of the bubbles. That's quite interesting. And also for the cold water range, we have a little trick to make it cold water for the second stage for the XS Compact just by detection.
Exactly, yes. For the Compact Pro, we decided to use an innovative material that also, if a thermoplastic material, has a capacity to diffuse temperature similar to the brass. So there is a special charge inside that material that is able to dissipate heat from your exhalation to the valve. So it's really good without changing the design of the product and the spare parts. We are able to propose the same regulator with two different certifications, one for more than 10 degree and the other for less than 10 degree.
Yeah, that's a big advantage to have a production inside of the company, and also the testing machine that we have inside, so we can make the test immediately after the molding. It's I compare like a bakery. So you go to the bakery and then you go and you make the test immediately. So yes, we have everything
yes
at home.
Yes, we are near the sea, so you can test the material day by day here near Cressi in the Ligurian Sea, and we can test also in our machine inside at every temperature that we want, and also in cold water, that is not common in the Mediterranean Sea, but we can test in our machine. Yes.
Yeah, testing is really important at Cressi, and I have to mention that Mr. Cressi is diving and testing every single product before the launch of the market.
Yes.
We have an extra normative, and our normative is Mr. Cressi on top of all the CE normative. Yeah.
Yes. It's very important.
So I told you before, so we produce everything in Italy for the regulators.
For the regulator, everything in Italy, and either metal parts and plastic parts, and all of plastic part inside of Cressi. So the quality control of the plastic part is inside of Cressi, and also the control of the material, the thermoplastic that we use. So it's really important. Yes, the metal part are made by our supplier with our design, our quality control, and we put everything together. Then we check the testing machine, directly from the supplier, and then often also in our testing machine, our ANSTI test machine, also for the production, more than the requested for the certification. Yes.
Yeah, but you have the notified body who is coming really often just to make some testing in the production.
Yes, yes.
And we need to be sure that we have a very high quality product.
Right. Yes, yes.
Okay. A good question. Who can perform the maintenance? So I mean the service of the regulator.
The maintenance of the regulator must be done just from the person that are I don't know,
that are trained.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes, with original spare parts of Cressi, and are formed by Cressi. So the end user cannot the end user can just rinse the product, wash the product, but doesn't have to do any maintenance of product. It's the same for the regulator and the computer line. So there is no choice. If you want to have a perfect product, you have to do the maintenance like you can read in our manual, and by a technician that are formed by Cressi.
Yeah, that's really important to have a certified technicians that follow the course. It's a full course. They need to have access to the spare parts. So for that, they need to be a Cressi dealer and to use the proper tools. So even for a diver, it's quite a huge investment just to do a maintenance. It doesn't make sense. And also to have access to the parts. It's not possible for the end user.
Exactly. Yes.
The technicians from the shops or diving centers, they follow the training every 2 years or an update every 2 years. So it's quite
yes.
Even if they are professionals, they have renewal quite often. How do you recommend to clean the regulator after the dive?
After the dive, you have just to rinse first of all, you have to pull the cap on the filter, to put the cap on the filter, just to prevent that some water can go inside the first stage. Then you can rinse the regulator in fresh water, and you have to pay attention to not push the purge button on the second stage, to prevent that water can go inside the valve of the second stage. And then nothing. You have to leave the equipment to dry, and is ready for the next dive. Yes. Just fresh water and nothing more.
Yeah, and don't let it dry in front of the sunshine, of course.
Sorry?
Avoid to let it dry in front of the sun, so in the shadow.
Yes, of course.
Or in a sunny country.
To prevent the exposure of UV. But generally, it's very important that you remove the salt water from the equipment. Anyway, every regulator are tested also for the abuse. So generally, the regulator that we use ourselves are not cleaned at every single dive, just because we are aware that not someone cannot don't clean the regulator very well. Anyway, we recommend to clean every single dive. Yes, after every single dive.
Yeah, in fresh water, but especially in salt water or chlorine water. Of course,
exactly, yes.
The pool session is quite important to rinse everything.
chlorine water is worse than salt water for the regulator.
Yeah.
And someone can think that salt water is worse than chlorine water, but it's the opposite. Because chlorine water can affect the molecule of injection material more than salt water. Yes.
That's interesting. Okay, I know you are also involved in other projects at Cressi. I will not ask you if you have any other regulators in the line. You are also involved in spur fishing in the guns. We will not speak. We will not speak about the guns today because it's more free diving and spur and scuba diving presentation. But you have a full-time job in R&D at Cressi, just making very nice products.
Thank you.
And normally we are coming with Theo in December, so we hope to see something from your secret room.
Yes.
Not to share online, of course, but from the secret room.
Yes, yes. See you in December.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Do you want to share anything else, or on top of that, Stefano?
No.
That was a very nice presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us live today.
Thank you. Bye.
And see you very soon in Italy.
Thank you. Bye to everyone.
Ciao, Stefano.
Ciao, ciao.
So for our next topic, we go to Cressi Benelux in the Netherlands with Nania and Franz.
We mentioned Nanya already a few hours ago while we were talking with Jason.
We did.
Yeah, we had a very nice start of the CIVE this year with Boris Sanchez from CNN and Jason Washington. And yeah, we were talking about freediving, obviously, because we all love it. And then they were talking about holding your breath and what it could do to you. I said, hold on, wait, later today we will talk about this, because then we have the master of this with us, and that's Nanya, the world's deepest woman.
Yeah, from the official disciplines. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and you know, we like to stick to official disciplines because we want to do things safe, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah. So yes, I would like to talk to you about how it's possible to be a Dutch freediver with like one of the most shallow seas in as at the side of the country, and still be able to do a world record. Because I think, and that's why I like freediving a lot, it's all about the mental part of freediving as well. So I'm fascinated by how you can like control your thoughts and be able to get your heart rate down and be goal driven within that.
But the thing is that you're not just a free diver. There's much more to it. You're a school instructor, but you're an NLP coach, right? You're actually even more a coach than you are an instructor. Can I say this right? Or how would you look at it yourself?
I'm an NLP trainer that coaches a lot with NLP. Yeah, that's right. So I bring people into the water with all kinds of trouble. So not only like in water related, but also when they're, for example, burnout or have other stress related problems. And then I noticed that the water like mirrors the way it really reflects on how you go with your energy. So our energy as human is our oxygen. So the way we use our oxygen says a lot about how we deal with the stress with a kind of problem. And it's so fascinating because just a couple of years ago, I noticed that you can really like measure your stress on how you hold your breath. So the amount of oxygen you use in stress says a lot about how you deal with the problem. So if you cope with you cope with the problem in another way, and it uses less energy, then you can hold your breath longer. And that is really that you can measure a thought or a strategy of thoughts in the same time, in between like 0 to 2-3 seconds. So then you know you're dealing with the problem in the same way. So that gives a lot of information, and it's really, really fascinating.
When we were planning CIVE and the agenda, that was when I learned about the national television that had invited you to help them with a biohacking program, right? And that's when we said we need to ask Frans and Nanya to join us to have a dialogue about exactly this, because I think it's not just hot and happening. We have CIVE again, and we don't want to talk too much about products, not because it's boring, but we talk about products the rest of the year. So today we want to talk about everything what we need these products for. So we thought this is really something nice. So Frans, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Good to see you.
Let me. Yeah, there we are. We have a computer. Yeah.
Very good.
So we have to switch on and off the microphones as we're sitting opposite of each other. Theo, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I'm joined here by Nanya, and I also already heard the introduction. And I'm as curious as you, whatever she has to tell us. I'm aware of the program of on national television regarding the biohacking, and my question to Nanya is: so actually, what did you do during this program with the people joining the program?
So there were a different kind of people in the program. So it was like an Olympic speed skater. There was an actress, a journalist, and all kinds of people that are really good in their profession. And they asked me to do like a biohack. So put them in a stressful situation and let them learn on how they deal with the situation, how they could be able to get better in their energy. And for me, the way they deal with their energy is a lot of information. And the more easy they hold the breath or go deeper, the more you see them changing in the way they deal with the problem. So I started with just holding their breath to like see what they can do and build on their trust, because the more you trust yourself, the more you'll be able to handle with the stress of going deep. And then the second part of the program, we went to like a 30-meter pool in Brussels. Some like European people know it. It's 33 meters, and then just see in a couple of dives how they dealt with it and how far they could go.
That looks like that sounds like a great adventure. Can you hear me? So That sounds like a great adventure and a great experiment. So those were trained athletes?
Yeah, well, one of them was an Olympic skater. So he was really an athlete in the sports kind of way. But all of them were like really good in their profession. So they were like athletes in their own profession, but not always on sports. But I don't think for freediving is a really good hack. It doesn't matter if you're really sportive, if you have a good health, you can try and see how you deal with the challenge.
So basically, that's all about the mindset, correct?
Yes, that's really correct. So it was really nice because, for example, with the Olympic skater, he did really well, but you could see him. He wanted to get to the deepest part of the swimming pool that much. So he was so result driven that actually didn't work out for him. So I've been talking to him to see, for example, to put the process of holding his breath and staying as calm as possible can help him to get to a better result.
Yeah, I remember. So we've met probably like 10 years ago, and for the first time I experienced what it was to hold my breath longer than I expected. And I remember doing the session when I just was in the water laying flat with my face down. And you asked me, how long do you think you can hold your breath? And I was like, okay, 45 seconds. And in the end, without any exercise, but just staying calm and working the mind, or actually not working the mind, it was almost 2 minutes. So does it mean that breath or breathing is always about relaxation?
Yes, I think it does a lot with how the more relaxed you get, the longer you can hold your breath, and that, for example, is really nice. That makes something else from freediving than in other sports, because to get to the best results, you have to be as relaxed as possible, but in a stressful situation, because you are holding your breath. So at a time, and that depends from person to person, the mind goes and says something like go up, or you're out of breath now, and how to deal with that, how to cope with that problem. That says a lot of about the person and with their coping strategies on how they deal with stress. And that's so fascinating, that the more relaxed you are and the more like neutral to positive your thoughts are, the longer you can hold your breath.
Yes, the funny thing is, we all know that feeling is that at one point you just want to inhale, you just want to breathe. You get this urge, you get this trigger inside of your body, and the only thing is you want to breathe. We refer to that as a smothering feeling. But that's just the words. How is it possible to, let's say, rephrase or work around that type of feeling when you're diving or holding your breath?
Yeah, it's a really nice question, Frans, because I noticed the last years, if I go down with a younger person, a lot of them come up from just holding their breath out of the water and look at me with real calm eyes, and then I ask them, well, what's the reason you come up? And they say, yes, I panicked, but I don't see any non-verbal signs of how I look at panic in that way. So I'm always asking, what if I'm you and I panic? What do you feel then? And then they explain me what's the like physical sensations that they have at that moment. And mostly it's like there's stretching, for example, the belly that is getting more tense, and the heart rate goes up. So then I always say, let's say if you would like reframe that feeling and say it would be like I'm not really calm at that moment instead of panic, what is that still good for how you look at the feeling? And most of the time they say, yeah, I can go with like a smaller word for the same feeling. So it's not like panic, but rustig. Well, I don't know the smaller words, but more like that they have something that makes them feel less calm. And by getting the word like smaller for the same feeling, all of the time they can hold their breath longer. So whatever you feel, you're making the definition in your head. So at the moment you make definition into a calmer word than, for example, panic, then you can hold your breath even longer.
So basically it's rephrasing actually the feeling that you feel. How about just having some sort of a distraction in your mind? I remember when we did the first session for the first time, I just was repeating a mantra in my head over and over, just not to feel the feeling. So that's a different way of coping with it. Can you explain the difference between rephrasing and trying to distract yourself?
Yeah, so most of the time, if people are really into the stress, they are like filtering their feelings the whole time. So what am I feeling at that moment? So there's too much stress to like distract themselves with another exercise. So you have to have like a basic calmness to be able to distract yourself. So at the moment you can reframe the feeling you have into something smaller, and you have like less stress and hold your breath longer, then it's a really good strategy to for example sing a song in your head, or remember something really nice you did on your holiday, for example. So then you distract it. So I think it's like the second part. And even then it really depends on from person to person which senses are best to to get the distraction with. So for example, like singing a song is something you can hear even though it's in your own head. If you make like a visualization of you lying on a really beautiful beach with palm trees, then you make a visualization. So that's the eye. Or when you just feel yourself like floating on the waves. And it's really from person to person. It depends on what kind of distraction they prefer to. As a freediver, it's the best if you have a sense that you like the best, you just train in the other ones, because the more tools you have to hold your breath, the more flexible you are as a freediver.
Yes, because there's a difference. I know there's a difference between just floating in the water with my head down and trying to hold my breath. Let's say complete relaxation and relatively safe. I just have to raise my head to catch air. Then going to 10 meters or 20 meters or even 30 meters, then where equalization always also plays a big part in what your experience is. How do you deal with that, let's say, feeling of breathing or the smothering feeling while you're actually being active? Because I can imagine that's a difference between the passive way of dealing with that and the active way.
Yeah. So of course, the more active you are, the more the muscles use your oxygen. So, but if you go down and the deeper you go, the more we have like the water will help us with the physical challenges within that. So we have like what we call a mammalian diving reflex. So I'm starting with a lot of like facts and knowledge to put to my students, so to make them aware that they actually are made to be a good freediver. So I'm changing the way they think about themselves. So a lot of people, because they're breathing the whole time, think it's unnatural to hold your breath. But if you look at like the history of humankind, we are dealing with it for centuries and centuries. So we always gathered our food and tools from the sea. So long before like scuba diving, we already did free diving. So I start with reframing on how we made how we are as humans to be free divers. And then it's all about working on trust and calmness, because a lot of people are so stressed that they unconsciously close, for example, the eustachian tubes muscles, or make other kind of mistakes so they can't equalize. So a lot of about the equalization is also stress related.
We got a funny remark in the chat from Jan. I know he's a fan of Cressi. He says, well, a kitchen recipe is also a good way for visualization too. Well, if you are a cook, I can imagine that's certainly true.
Well, it's not alone. It's actually a really good example, because if you're cooking a recipe, it's like a procedure, and a lot of people like procedures to get their like hands on a feeling of control. So actually, it's a good example of how to cope with all kinds of sensations you have. So just get your mindset into a really nice. But I don't like cooking, so for me it wouldn't work.
Well, what just came to mind is just combining, let's say, the singing and the recipe. I know this song called Chocolate Salty Balls. That's a recipe how you make chocolate salty balls, which is sung. Maybe that is, let's say, a good combination. So you are in a certain discipline, a woman with a world record, 130 meters. I know that the 130 meters that you actually choose on purpose. So that's one question, if you can comment on that. And the other thing is so going down, I've seen the video a few times. What was your way of dealing with that stress, and what was your way of let's say, relaxing and taking control of the smothering feeling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I chose 130 meters on purpose, because it was like the standing world record at the moment was 127 meters. So if I did 128, it would have been my record. But I know, because of all my experience there, that people like a round number. So for example, if you look like the Dutch pool records years ago, but it stood a long time at 100 meters in the pool discipline on swimming. So to get beyond a round number is mentally more challenging than go from 128 to 129. So that's why I chose this number specifically, to make it more challenging that well, for another woman to go past 130 meters will be more of a challenge.
And during this world record attempt, which obviously was successful, how did you control the stress, and what was your way? You don't like cooking, were you singing, or what was your method to, let's say, have a sort of a distraction?
Yeah, so if I was thinking about the 130 meters, and I was really thinking on like the number, it's like a 43 floor flat building, so that high. So then it got me really afraid on thinking how much water that would be like a column above me. But if I would think about the same distance on how fast could I go, because I worked on my equalization a lot, so I could go speed up to 2.5 meters per second. So that would make me be in 130 meters in 1 minute and 15 seconds. And actually that was the correct, the real time of the world record. So then I was thinking 1 minute, 15 seconds to hold my breath is easy peasy, and I just have to equalize. So by not thinking on the number, but instead of the time it takes me to get there, that's just one of the tools to able to cope with it. So for example, it's all about redefining the way you look at it. So for example, if you do like for a first level of freediving, for most of the education, you have to go to at least 10 meters. So for a beginner to think about 10 meters is like quite deep. It's more than 3 floors. But if you think on how long ideally you will take to go to there, and you measure it in seconds, it's just 10 seconds down, 10 seconds up. So it's like between 20 and 30 seconds to the whole dive. And then people say, that's really doable.
So basically, you are also reframing, let's say, the risks or the danger. Is that correct?
Yeah. You can't change like the facts. The facts are the facts, but you can change the way you think about the facts. And actually, because people like it, like the first man in running the 100 meters to go under the 10 seconds, he reframed it to not 10.0 seconds, but to think I have to go like a milli split second faster than the attempt before. And then on how to reframe it, then it's getting doable. So what are the reasons why I would be why I would get a better result? Is always something I'm busy with. So for example, if I would like do another competition now, I already start with all thinking about all the reasons why I would go for a good result. And actually that's not like how we cope with it socially, because if we look at, like, for example, the school system, every teacher will get a like red pen and say that from the 100 answers, that one was wrong, instead of that was 99 of the 100 was good. And I'm always thinking on why am I better, instead of only thinking about the mistake I made and how to adjust that mistake. And that really builds on trust. And if you would deal with that in a lot of other areas of life, it really helps in getting a better feeling about yourself.
Yeah, it's a funny human and maybe even societal way of thinking. So we always tend to think in the obstacles and the things you cannot do, instead of, let's say, focusing on what you can do. And then what I've learned from you is also rephrase that and measure it in a different way. So how can you adjust it? How can you use that in your daily life? What do you see with your students after they have completed their first level? Do you notice any changes in their way of they behave, the way they talk?
Yeah, actually, if I know a freediver for quite some long time, for example, if I see them every level, a lot of changes sometimes occur, because I make them aware of, for example, using the word must. A lot of people using the word must. I must do for something, and instead of I want it to do. And the difference is the way you cope with the energy. So even though we have to must something from ourselves, it's still uses a lot of energy, and that's what I always see in water. So if you use the word must, most of the time there is a negativity about it. You don't want it like for 100%, because then you would use the word I want it to do. So for my like masterclass level students, if they are really living the way they want to live instead of how they must live on their ideal way of living, for example, most of the people choose other options. So sometimes it's people taking another job, or getting into another profession, or sometimes even stop a bad relationship. But most of the time it's a bad relationship that they stop. Thankfully. Thankfully.
So yeah, we live in a society where there are a lot of things you must do, so you're obliged to do. And actually what I learned from you is that you invite yourself more to go to the next challenge instead of pushing yourself. So there's more, let's say, a natural flow of attracting yourself to the next challenge instead of pushing yourself so away from something, as they call it in NLP.
Yep.
So the invitation is more towards a goal instead of avoiding what you don't want to happen.
Yep, that's it.
So coming back to this feeling of panic. So panic basically is a very stress. Let's start with that. But also panic is a very natural and human feeling that's actually trying to get away from something. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people have so much stress that they want nothing to do about it. But if we look at stress is a really good thing in life. It's like a warning system of there's something happening. So people don't have the tendency to look at stress only on a negative way, and not that if we like. For example, like me, aim for a world record, I have a lot of stress. I have a lot of anxiety I have to go away from, but that is challenging me. So I use the stress to go and train more, to get my mindset ready, to do research about all kinds of subjects. Most of the time, if like I do an introduction, people tend to say, no, I'm not as calm or as relaxed as I wanted to be. But then I always say, yeah, but why do you have to be calm? It's something new. It's something exciting. It's something you don't know yet what your capabilities are. So why do you not allow yourself to have a little bit of stress? And most of the time, if you just like embrace there's a little bit of stress, then it's okay.
Yeah, if I speak for myself, there is this stress which really pushes me and helps me and makes me creative or look for solutions, but there's also the stress which is just blocking me, that just want to make me go to bed, to go to sleep, forget about everything. So, and those are different feelings. Are you able, or in general, are people able to change that feeling, let's say from, let's call it negative stress to positive stress while they're on the water?
Well, it really depends from person to person. The way stress is really blocking you, that is like a warning signal. There's not much safety about the situation at that moment. So then, as an instructor, I'm getting the person to take some steps backwards to get there into the like positive vibe again. So we go with, so most of the time if people blocking, it's a signal that it's going too fast at that moment. So then you have to like take another steps back and make smaller steps so you succeed, and then you can like build on the trust so the stress will go to a level that you can learn. If it's really blocking you, you can't learn anymore, and then to get some good results is really difficult.
Yes, so it's all about our mindset, and we've discussed so far the mindset about holding your breath. But what's the effect of your mindset on actually breathing?
Yeah, so if we look at our brain, the part of the brain that's getting emotions and but also traumas, and it's all nearby the breathing center. So there's a connection between how you feel about a situation and how your breathing is, and that goes two ways. So for example, if I'm really stressed about something, most of the people have a breath that's more on top of the lungs than on the belly. So at the moment you get calmer about the same situation, most of the time the breathing goes down. But it's also the other way. If you're going to breathe in the belly area where you normally breathe when you're relaxed, it's more difficult to get the stress in your head as high as before. So it already lowers your heart rate if you, like, for example, exhale longer than your inhalation. If you use then the belly more than the chest, it's really difficult to get the stress in your head as high as before. It's not possible. So that's a really good tool to for holding your breath, is to have a good technique of relaxation breathing, even though when you stress out for a really deep competition or a world record, for example, you just do as if you are relaxed.
Yes, breathing is something which we most of the time do unconsciously. We just breathe, even while we have this conversation. And while we're talking, I was just focusing on my own breath. So how do I sit here? Am I tensed or not? Or am I relaxed? So that really is something you need to be, you have to put yourself in a state of awareness to really discover how your breathing is. So we just talked about your breath helping you to relax, and let's say the way the mind is affecting the breath, and the breath is affecting the mind. But how can you use the breathing instead of relaxing, just to put to create an awareness of some exercise? So just put you in a state of let's say not stress, but if you want to do an exercise, for example, you want to be ready. How can you use your breath? It's just actually by pumping yourself up. Is that possible?
Yes, that actually is possible. So you can use your breath for several purposes. So to me, as a freediver, most of the time we try to calm us down. But if I would really like to pump myself up, I can breathe a little bit faster, but also a little bit higher. Then you get like more the sporty kind of breathing, and then you get more awareness, and you're just pumping it up. So you can use breathing in a lot of ways. Just use it on a way that suits your purpose.
Yes, that's interesting. I just remember that you see those guys who want to lift like 100 to 200 kilos or whatsoever. They go like that, breathe very fast. Just it's like they just pumping up their adrenaline or dopamine level just to get also the muscles ready. Is that how it works?
Yeah, well, actually, I don't know a lot about the breathing in combination with a lot of other sports. I'm quite specialized in freediving. But I know that a lot of my students that are sporty, that because they gotta get aware of their breathing during the courses I give, for example, and they adjust their breathing and just go and play, because I like playing as a way of not thinking in mistakes, but in experimenting. So they experimented in other sports with the breathing, I told them, and they have quite some results. So for example, in running, people can run longer and faster when they deal with a breathing that looks more like the way we learn people how to breathe. And I think, for example, like in running, there's now a tendency of like inhale and exhale through the nose. To me, that's not another way of breathing, but it's because it's a smaller way to do the inhalation and the exhalation than, for example, through the mouth. You have to get your belly more outwards and inwards to deal with the CO2 building up in your body. So it actually helps to get a like better technique of using your whole lung volume, and it's not by breathing through the nose, but just breathing through a smaller opening than the mouth.
Yeah, that's very interesting. There still is development in something which actually is very natural, so the breathing. So let's circle back to your world record. That's now 16 years ago. How many years?
It's already 8.
8 years. 8 years ago. Yeah. So I know that you were actually quite, in terms of freediving, a young freediver, and you crossed several records within 1 or 2 years. And then, so from Holland, I mean, the deepest water we have in the North Sea is approximately 30 meters. That's all we have. So how did you decide to try to do the world record attempt, and how did you prepare for that?
Yeah, well, I was at that moment, I wanted to be like a full-time freediving instructor in the Netherlands. So I was thinking, what is a good way to like do my marketing to get the awareness of my business. So I was thinking, I'm going to go for the first Dutch person to go to 100 meters in a discipline that's called No Limits. So then you use like a weight to go down and a balloon to go up. So I went to Andrea Zuccari. That was a really, really good Italian coach that is really, really good in equalization, and he gave a workshop in Germany. So I went to him, and actually he knows a lot, but he was a really nice and good person and trustworthy. So we decided to go to his freediving school in Egypt to try to do 100 meters. And to my surprise, it took me just 4 hours to 4 hours of training, including the Dutch record in No Limits. So then I was thinking, okay, I was always like a freediver that said, I'm really good at freediving and I can do a world record. So I was always like, whoa, I'm good. And then my girlfriend said to me, okay, if you say that, just do it. And then we were thinking, okay, then the variable weight record is doable if we can do this in that short of time. So then, because I was also a mom, I'm still a mom with 2 really small children at the time. I didn't want to go like for half a year to Egypt to train. So we decided to go within like blocks of 4 to 6 weeks, 3 blocks, and at the end of the 3rd block to do the world record attempt at that time. And that was really, really stressful, because it was my coach said, okay, theoretically it's a doable thing, but like the mark was on theoretically. So, but I managed, because I had all my NLP tools, and I worked I worked really hard. So I'm not really like a freediver that has a lot of experience in depth, but I'm more a freediver that has a lot of experience in getting the brain tools to use it on myself. And I think, and that's just a belief, and NLP is all about beliefs, that makes me the person who could do the world record in that short of time.
Yeah, well, and the marketing works because here you're an ambassador of Cressi and a proud ambassador, and that I know. Did you ever feel the attempt afterwards just to go for another record, or just to go even deeper in the same discipline?
It was a little bit of collateral damage. I didn't think it would go, but it was because it was such a mental challenge. I first had a training burnout, and after that, the world record is still mine. So it's already for 8 years mine. So because I'm also a plastic soup ambassador, also a proud ambassador as within Cressi, they asked me to do a project, try and break my record, but to get myself motivated, that like outside myself goal wasn't good enough. It was my whole body went into all kinds of pains, and then I decided no, it's still mine, and it's not worth all the stress, because it was a lot of stress because of the short time I could train in depth.
So it could very well be, because we've seen a lot of records, especially also by men, being crushed in the last year. Also some disciplines with the women. There are some very nice movies about that. So at one point, well, we don't know when, but your record will be, let's say, crush somebody else, will go deeper, even though you very cleverly created the 130 as an obstacle, so the rounded number. Somebody might say, well, the 131 is also a nice number. How would that be for you if somebody will break your record?
Yeah, well, it's a question people tend to ask me, but I think it's enough, because if I would do it, I would have done it with my coach. And actually, he died from a not freedive related accident a couple of months ago. So that's really hard. But I trusted him a couple of times, really, with my life, and I don't think I know someone who's up to their job for me at this moment. So I think I will congratulate the woman who is beyond me, the world record holder, and call me an formal world record holder, but still sounds good to me.
Yeah. So I know you were very affected by losing your coach.
Yeah.
But definitely getting to the world record was a team effort.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't do this kind of project on your own, and you have to like build people around you who can help you in different ways. So I had a coach in the Netherlands for my swimming pool training and dry training. I had at Andrea, my coach, who was also like responsible for my safety in depth. I had someone who was really into the I don't know how it's called in English, orthomolecular. So food specialist.
Your diet, your vitamins, minerals, stuff like that.
Yeah, and osteopath.
Yeah. Osteopath. Yeah.
Yeah, osteopath. So I had a really good team, and of course coaches. I'm still coaching people. I need coaches around me that know me and bring me to the next level. You can't. It's really better if you do a big project to not do it alone.
Yes. So, and speaking of coaches, can you imagine yourself being a coach of somebody, even whether it's a man or woman, doesn't matter, to attempt to break a world record with the experience you now have?
Yeah, well, we already coached a lot of like Dutch record holders, and Janine Grasmeijer, who's a 2 times world record holder. I've had her in the instructors education, and she was really pleased to what I've learned her. And also Karin Prins, she's the same as master world record holder in multiple times already. So we already have experience in people get to next level. Yeah.
So we just discussed that such an attempt is a team effort, and you trusted Andrea with your life. But the other way around. So if somebody trusts you with her or his life, talking about the stress level and breathing, what is that like?
Yeah, it's if you really trust a person with your life, it makes a next level dive, because you get a next level way of calmness to your dive. So I remember the best dives I've had were always accompanied with, for me, the best buddies at that moment. And then you can like give everything about you in like a basis of confidence and trust and safety, because you give all that towards the other person. And that's something I have difficulties to subscribe, because it's so a deep feeling inside of me that makes a next level calmness towards your dive that you can't experience with like an average mediocre good way of safety. No, it's like you give yourself truly to 100% to the person that's in charge with your safety, or the team.
Yeah, I cannot imagine, because I never had an attempt like that, but I can, let's say, imagine the feeling of just handing over yourself, basically what you're doing, just solely focusing on the job you need to do. This morning, in a completely other circumstances, I discussed that's a routine you have. So when you see professional athletes, they have the same routine in either addressing the problems or going for an attempt or whatever. Did you have such a routine as well?
Yes, I'm always like do a meditation before my dive to feel what I need at the moment, and mostly I use music to get to that state. So I like a really not meditative, but more like dance music, so an upwards beat, and then I use like words that get me into the focus I'm going to need at that moment. So I'm always looking, what do I need for this dive to succeed? So that's like a meditation I always do, and I always use music and breathing therewith. But I'm not like superstitious or something like that.
So it doesn't mean that you have to be like exactly 22 seconds before in the water, always with your right leg first or backwards. Or it's just the preparation is, let's say, on shore or on the platform. That's more important, actually, the routine you have when going into the water. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I get a lot of, like in the procedures I can train, I always build it in the same way to deal with it. So, for example, when you go for a dive, you always have a countdown, and I'm getting the countdown, and I deal with it always in the same way. So I know on what second I put my goggles on, on what second I use my nose clip, on what second I start my breathing, etc., etc. And that's also I think that's more what you meant in the question before. So that's always a procedure. You don't have to think about it, but it gives you a sense of control and a sense of you know how to deal in these kind of situations, even though the situation is different.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. It's like when you have, let's say, you call it your buddies or the team you're working with, they take away a lot from you, but they also give you something.
Yeah.
They give you the sense of security of you're going to do this or whatever the feeling is. But then that's, let's say, external.
Yeah.
But internal, you have to prepare yourself as well by, and that's what you explained, is taking certain steps. But they don't start, let's say, the day before. They start actually in the moment when you're on the platform or in the water, or even earlier. So the music, is that, let's say, a half an hour before or the whole day?
No, it depends. For example, with a competition in a pool, you know when your starting time is, so then you can start your own countdown. And I mostly start like 45 minutes before my official top with all the protocols I prefer to do as preparation. In the world record attempt, it was a bit more difficult because there was a lot of wind at that moment. So we aimed to go to like on the middle of the day between 1 and 2 o'clock, but actually it was at the end of the day, because then the current was the way we wanted it, and the wind was slowing down. So I was there from like 10 in the morning until like 4 o'clock when I started to go into the water. So there was a lot of time to stay in myself.
Yeah, I can imagine. I know that in your professional life, you also work with, let's say, the divers from a fire brigade or Navy SEALs, or so. What do you teach them for their profession, which is, course, that's a stressful job. So being a diver, a professional diver, whether you're a Navy SEAL or working for the fire brigade, what do you teach them? What do you bring to them? What will help? What improves them?
Yeah, it's all about building trust. So, for example, like if you think like with the scuba diver, if you're talking about a scuba dive that's going to a deeper dive, you are probably talking about maybe 20, 25 meters and beyond. That's a deep dive. For me as a free diver, 20 meters is like a warming up. So I use my skills as a free diver to learn people with the fire brigade to get more confidence with the way they can like control their breathing, like we just talked before. So they start with another kind of breathing. I'm just learning them how long they can hold their breath, because if you are sure whatever happens with all the scuba tanks or material you have, the best is on to be confident with yourself. So I'm getting their confidence within themselves on how they are able to hold their breath for a longer time. And if they have that confidence, unconsciously they are going to breathe in a lower way, even though some people have thousands of dives as a experience. If they change their mindset towards these kinds of like reframing depth or how long they can hold their breath, that confidence will actually make them react in a stressful situation in a different way. So if you have a problem underwater and you are still, you know what you can do, even though you like breathe it out for your feeling like 100%, you're not going to panic as a free diver, because you still know you have a lot of oxygen, you know what are the signals that are happening, and because of that rest, you keep your stress level down, and then a lot of people can deal with stressful situations in another way. And especially for like Navy or fire brigade divers, that those are really good abilities to be a better in your profession.
Yes, so of course training helps, and having a better control of your breath, having knowledge, because that's what you started with. You always try to pump a lot of knowledge into your students. The knowledge helps them at least to understand what is happening. I'm more a scuba diver than I'm a free diver. So as a scuba diver, it doesn't matter what depth you are, there's always the fear of the decompression. Do you train them also how to deal with that in terms of breathing and holding your breath?
Yeah, so a lot of people are not really aware of what are like signals of the body and what do they say. So at the moment, if it's about decompression, like for example, a fire brigade diver is not actually have a lot of chance to get into decompression, because they're not allowed to go that deep. So that it's more about how would they react in a stressful situation. So for example, there's a lot of trauma related problems with people in that kind of professions, because they dealt with like for example, a dead person underwater they found in really murky water, and then of course, because there are still people, they stress out. On dealing with that kind of strategies, how does it work in your mind on how to deal with this situation? That really makes a difference on if you're like panicking at that moment and getting a trauma, or deal with it in another way so you can still like function in a good way after that.
Do you mean by that you actually can prepare them because it's something which is unknown? It's something which they are not aware of, so they might find or just encounter, let's say, a body. Do you mean you can train them how to deal with that at that moment or afterwards?
I think both, because you can train yourself by training yourself in different scenarios, and you don't have to like be in that scenario at that moment. You already can train on how you want to react on that way, but also afterwards, if you already have a trauma, on how do you get aware of your subconscious triggers, for example, on that situation. So most of the time, if you have a trauma, you subconsciously are making like a movie in a kind of way that freaks you out a lot. So by getting people more aware of on how they subconsciously make that kind of images and then change it, for example, in the way they color the situation or on how big it is in their subconscious, then you can get the trigger to get less stressful. So by giving people in that kind of professions that kind of tools, that does a lot.
So it's like there's a saying, always expect the unexpected, and actually you train them how to deal with the unexpected.
Yeah.
All right, that's very interesting. Is there a difference between, let's say, a fire brigade? Let's call it. It's more in a defensive way, because they're recovering or they are rescuing. Somebody in the Navy is another way, because he's offensive. He's going somewhere to do something. Is there a difference in, let's say, the mindset you need to have in those two different types of situations? Let's say rescuing or whatever the Navy SEAL is doing in an offensive way.
Yeah, well, it depends on even in Navy you have all kinds of like different functions in underwater even. So you have people who work on working underwater, and you have like people who are using the water to go to, for example, a fighting situation or whatever. So it depends really on the goal that you use. That we're going to make the training towards the goal. So that really depends on from division to division.
So I have this image in my mind of let's say Navy SEALs and guys working at the fire brigade being tough, always bantering each other, making funny jokes. So really being, and that's my image, of course, and my model of the world, being the macho guys. Are they open to have different methods of working with reality or their mindsets?
Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe because I'm a world record holder as well, so I have like a rank in my sports, but I never have had any issues about that. People are not motivated to listen to what what I can learn them. So no, that's okay. And I think like for example, you just said about the joking afterwards. That's scientifically proven is a really good coping strategy on dealing with stress. So to deal with stress is really good to joke about it with your team. So probably it's not something that people understand if they're not into that group, but for the group, it's a coping strategy that's really psychologically helpful.
Yeah, basically what they're doing is they reframe by adding humor to it, or making a situation, let's say, completely outrageous, or just or taking a little bit out of it. And so the bantering and the humor then helps them to create a different reality around the things they actually experience.
Yeah, so if we just look at like a scuba diver that's really freaking out on the water, probably they have unconsciously have like if you would be in a movie and you're the director, if you want to have something that scares you, you have to you add music. You're going to go into a dark something, and then scares the hell out of you. But unconsciously, people have that kind of images inside themselves as well. So you can even free divers are more like normal meditative persons than probably my way of thinking of a scuba diving. But also for scuba diving, it would be really helpful to change the images in your mind towards a really safe environment, and so that at the moment you are, for example, at the reef, you look at the really nice colors instead of the feeling of a lot of water above you.
Yeah. So I would be very curious to hear from the first Navy SEAL or a guy working at the fire brigade. So talking about the recipe in his head when he encounters some dangerous or a rescue situation. All right. So from the team, are there any other questions like Theo or Federica or Jerry?
No, I have no question, but if there's time left, I do have a remark.
No, we have no more questions in the chat too. Not for the moment, at least.
Then I like to make a remark, Frans, because during the last hour, several times, the world record passed, and then it was 8 years, and. But you both know that I really follow freediving a lot. Almost everything. And world records are slashed almost every other day. It's absurd. Except Nanya's world record. And Nanya knows very well, because we know each other at least much better than just this CIVE discussion. She knows that I've been involved with helping and training, getting people to break her record. And I've seen those people and all the struggles they go through. And they didn't manage. They didn't manage. So it's very well possible. I'm not aware of somebody training for your record right now. I don't say that I would be involved or that I should know, but I really sincerely don't know. It's not that simple to break your record, Nanya. You really did a hell of a job down there 8 years ago.
Yes, thank you very much. But I think, like what we talked about this last hour, I still make it a little bit smaller, because that's my strategy to get to the result of a world record, is not like making it big, but making it small. So I have had, I can say so many reasons why a friable weight record is more easy than for example another discipline, but that's because I'm trained like that.
Mental.
Yeah.
Your gray muscle must be extremely strong.
Yeah, who knows?
But they got a record to prove it, and somehow it frightens other people. It's not all that simple. That's clear. So I'm really happy that you found time with friends to join us to talk not as much about your world record, but it's strange not to mention it several times because it's really unique, but to talk about how biohacking by oxygen fasting, in other words, holding your breath. I really enjoyed it, and in the meantime, I see that Luca joined us at the table. Luca is actually responsible for free diving and spearfishing in the United States. And the next hour, we're going to talk about this. So please, you're very welcome to stay if you can, if you don't have other things to do. And join us on the next hour, where we will talk not as much about product, but more about product, probably about fins, because this is his strong point. And I'm going to take over the hammer from France, and I'm going to interview Luca in the next hour. And Luca, I see you next week. Today in 1 week.
Yeah. Okay, enjoy yourself, guys.
See you next week. Nanya, you feel free to stay if you want to, or if you can. I don't know if you're busy.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Theo. I enjoyed it a lot. And thank you, Frans, for having such nice questions.
You're a star, Nanya. You earned it. You worked hard for it.
Thank you.
Luca, you've never met Nanya before, did you?
I have not, no. But like you said earlier, it's very incredible that her record is still standing the way that it is, because I've watched freediving events where in the same day the record has been broken like 3 times in different.
Look, it's funny that a lot of these ladies, and also ladies that try to break her record that I know personally and that I love, that they're phenomenal athletes and all, don't get me wrong. But this is what you expect from an athlete. Like, they have 100,000 followers on Instagram and they know everything. And then there's Nanya. We just went for a walk a couple of weeks ago, Nanya and I. Well, don't get me wrong, but she knows how I mean this. She could be like my neighbor. We're walking the dog together, you know. She doesn't brag about it. She doesn't talk about it. She doesn't care about social media. She just slams a world record like it's nothing, and nobody else is capable of breaking it. I love it.
So it's always the quiet ones you have to be careful of.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey, Luca, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been chatting about our job and things during the day, because for people that don't know Luca and I work together often. Luca came on board with Cressi how many years ago now?
This is my 3rd year, so I'm coming up on my 4th, beginning of my 4th.
Which probably means, and I know a little bit about it, you're already shredded all over the place. You have multiple caps. You're responsible for Florida, you're responsible for spearfishing, and for
getting late night calls from Hawaii, things like that. So it's nice to have a change of pace and to sit here and talk about the fun stuff and not always going crazy about work. So,
well, and you know, the main reason why the CIVE team invited you to come and talk is, or not the main, a few main reasons, is we are just really happy that there are young, strong professionals that love to spend their time in this industry and dedicate everything they have to this industry. And we found one with you. So people who don't know Luca yet, Luca, maybe you want to tell a little bit about yourself for a minute.
Yeah, my name is Luca Della Santa. I'm the head of spearfishing freediving for Cressi USA. Been in the industry for most part of 8 or 9 years now. Started in working for a company in college, and fell in love with the sport and the industry and everybody in it, and it led me to working with one of the best brands in the world, which was Cressi. And this has been something that I've been striving for since I started working in the industry, is to come to a brand like Cressi. And when I got the call one day that they were looking, it just seemed like the perfect fit. And here I am, 3 years in, loving the ride, and glad to see how far Cressi's come, and how working for a company that has such strong roots in the history of the company and is still family owned and things like that. So happy to be here.
Yeah, so and often during our daily job, when we have contact with each other, we talk about products and stuff within the company. But with CIVE, we show more than at any other event what actually the purpose is of Cressi. Because at the end, we can talk about these products, but we do it for a reason, because we love to be in the ocean. And we agreed, you and I, we agreed that before we would talk about certain things that we want to talk about, we would introduce ourselves a little bit so people understand why it's you and me that discuss this.
Yeah.
So my name is Theo. In case you don't know me, my name is Theo Knevel. I'm from the Netherlands. And I'm in my 50s, and I've been diving all my life. I'm an advanced freedive instructor as well. And I've been helping, as like how I like to look at it myself, as a freedive Sherpa, to facilitate phenomenal freediving to athletes. Not as much for records, but for people just that are coached by phenomenal world-class freedivers. And then I'm the Sherpa on the side for taking care of safety, etc. The best position, because you're like a fly on the wall, which means you don't need to go sub 100 meters yourself. You just make sure that everybody goes home safe. But in the meantime, you listen to all the things they learn, the things they do wrong, the things they learn. And based on that, I've experienced a lot, and I only grow more in love with the freediving industry than I did before. Like Jason said in the beginning of CIVE, Jason Washington, he acknowledged that a lot of us scuba divers later on not as much come to our senses, but see that there's a huge difference between scuba diving and free diving. And if you allow me to say this one last thing about me, if I go scuba diving, it's between me and the ocean and the fish that live in it. That could be whatever, wherever I am in the water. And I love to be even in the pool. I don't care, counting tiles. I love to be wet, but when it's on scuba, it's me and my surroundings. And when I'm free diving, it's about me and me. Often, most of my own target dives, I have my eyes closed and I just focus on what I'm doing. Not on the end result, but just on my style, on my form, how I feel. And based on that, for me, it's like, and I don't want to insult anybody, but it's like meditation to me. Although it looks like very intense, for me, it's like really meditation. So I was really thrilled, Luca, to meet you and to learn that you were willing to work for Cressi, because you bring a lot of experience dedicated in this to the table. And so every time I talk with you, I learn something, because you have a phenomenal knowledge, not just about Cressi, and of course, CIVE is from Cressi, but let's be bigger than that. Let's just talk about the industry. You know a lot about fins, about wetsuits, about masks, from all the competitors as well. Because at the end, we don't look at them as competitors in a negative way. We need these people to be successful, come up with better products year after year, so the industry can bloom. Am I right?
Yeah, no, 100%. Before Cressi, I worked with a lot of different brands, which, helped me learn what works, what doesn't work, and, kind of bring that to Cressi and help Cressi grow. But yeah, at the end of the day, competition is king. And if Cressi was the only, facilitator of dive gear, it wouldn't push us to be better every day. So, I think it's kind of what's kept Cressi on the map and kept him around for so long, is Cressi's drive, Mr. Cressi's drive to, want to stay on top of the diving industry and, continue to push the limits of what's possible, and especially with products, and making sure we always have great high-end products for everybody to use.
Oh, one of the things, so we have all these categories in the industry, but definitely within Cressi, because we don't just make computers. We make a line, we make computers, but we make masks, snorkels, wetsuits, everything, you name it. Full line, 600 pages. So that being said, within all these categories, you can't be a world leader in everything. But if there's one specific category that I believe that we sometimes lead, is with freediving and spearfishing, and especially when it comes to our blades. And I believe there's not a freediver in the world that has not been introduced to the sport somehow, somewhere, with a Cressi fin. Am I right?
No, 100%. I mean, the first pair of fins I had when I started spearfishing was a pair of Cressi fins. It was the 2000s, Gar 2000s, which are still one of the top blades on the market right now. And yeah, Cressi, it's one thing that they've taken pride in not only just over the last decade, but since the early 70s, has been something that the long blade freediving and spearfishing fin Cressi has been very, very strong in. Even going back to the early 70s when Cressi came out with the Rondine fin, that was kind of their first long blade, full foot pocket fin that really transitioned from people in spearfishing freediving using a shorter blade into a longer style freediving fin that we see nowadays. It was a standard rubber fin, integrated foot pocket, full foot pocket, kind of like what we see now in like the Gara modular foot pocket. And it was a fin that was used to break many freediving world records that, even looking back at them today, are incredible for the time and the knowledge that everybody had back then. Jacques Muyol was at one point the deepest man in the world using the Cressi Rondine long fin. So our history of long blade fins goes back longer than most people at Cressi have been alive. I'm 28 years old, and these fins have been around since the early 70s, and Cressi has been doing this for a very long time. In 1979, the whole Gara line was launched, and to this day we still have that Gara line, and it's going strong. We've had over 100 patents on fins between long blade and scuba fins and snorkeling fins, but still 100 patents on a fin is pretty incredible, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think as well, because I still use my 3000s, although I have many other fins as well, but I don't say that a carbon or the other fins we're going to talk about are more vulnerable, but in daily use, a plastic fin like the Gara 3000 is like your to-go-to fin for almost everything. Am I right? Spearfishing, freediving, pool work, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a proven fin. It's been something that Cressi has been selling for years with great responses from everybody. We sold thousands and thousands of them, and there's people that had a fin for 10, 15 years and somehow managed to have something go wrong with it and goes and buys another pair of 3000s. With it being a one-piece fin with the foot pocket and blade being an integrated piece, it makes for a very strong bond. With it being a polymer, a very high-end, strong polymer, you can beat them up in the pool, along rocks, kick them for thousands and thousands of feet, whatever it is, and they're gonna last forever. So those 3000s and the 2000 line has been something that is
you mentioned the 2000. Because people don't forget about it. I would never forget about the 2000, but what I've learned over the years is that something that's a bit strange with me is that I love to have a stiff blade. Maybe it's, as a safety freediver, I want to be there. I want to be able, against current or whatever, to go where I want to go. So the majority of the people, just to give the number, probably 70-75%, love to have a more flexible blade than I do. I love to have a stiffer blade. So the difference between the 3000 and the 2000, for people that don't know this, the 2000, that's the black Gara. It's slightly shorter, but it's stiffer. So I know that it's very popular among spearfishermen. Is there a specific reason for that?
Yes and no. A lot of the stiffer blades they're going to help you a lot more when kicking in current. Now there's an advantage to that, but there's also a disadvantage to that to get the proper flex in that stiffer blade, it's going to take a little bit more energy out of your body to do that. So when you're swimming on the surface, you got your snorkel in your mouth, you're breathing. It's great to have that stiffer blade when you're kicking into current or having to cover long distances. When you get into some of the deeper dives, sometimes you might be using more energy than you're used to. And back in the day too, there was always that concept of the stiffer blade is the better blade. And that was because, again, we go back to the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Maybe some of the materials that were being used weren't as responsive as they are nowadays. So they used that stiffer blade to get more performance out of it. Yeah. Now, again, when the current, shallow water diving or needing to cover a lot of ground surface swimming, a stiffer blade, is something that I still use even depending on the type of diving that I'm doing.
Yeah, I get that. But so the biggest difference over the years for me did not have nothing to do with the 3000 or 2000 the blades, but with the foot pocket. We have created probably one of the world's best foot pockets, right?
Yeah, the Gara modular is hands down one of the best foot pockets on the market in terms of what it offers for a freediving foot pocket or a spearfishing foot pocket. One, it being modular, being able to move the foot pocket from blade to blade to blade, so that way you're not stuck with, you can have different blades and just one pair of foot pockets for whatever type of diving you're doing. And the Gara foot pocket has, a very stiff sole, which what that helps with is, really transferring a lot of power from the sole, from your foot through the sole of the foot pocket through the blade. There's no power loss when you're doing that. And then we have, 2 or 3 different types of rubber in that foot pocket. Some of it's stiffer, some of it's looser, some of it's more flexible. And all this comes together to create more support, but also have a foot pocket that's very comfortable. It allows the foot pocket to, where it needs to move and stretch to be comfortable and mold to your foot, but where it needs to be stiff, it's stiff to help with performance and, helping you move, get the good performance through the foot pocket into the blade.
Plus the fact that we now with the modular foot pocket also have a smaller size.
Correct, which is a big help with, getting into the younger generation, allowing them to use some of the same products that the older generation is using. When I'm saying younger generation, teenagers that, need a smaller foot pocket, or even, foot pockets for women as well.
Ladies have smaller feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we've seen over the last years that the whole freediving started to hype, and now I can no longer say it's a hype because it's there to stay.
Yeah.
And numbers have been growing steadily, and they stay where they are now. You see that huge, important companies for the industry like Petty, PFI, everybody have invested a lot in teaching classes, more than they used to do before. And the mermaid classes, whatever. So, we see this.
Yeah, and I'm a prime example of that. Like I said earlier, I'm 28 years old. All of my friends are freedivers or spear fishermen in one way or the other. I actually did one of my first scuba dives in the last year, and I've been doing this diving and spearfishing for about 12 or 13 years. And it was one of those things that, all my friends and everybody in my age group and demographic, whenever they called me wanting to go diving, it was never, hey, grab the tanks, let's go scuba diving. It was, let's go freediving and spearfishing. And, and then it turns into a transition now where, I want to do both and my friends are doing both. So, but yeah, it's definitely the younger generation that enjoys the freediving. They enjoy the challenge of it. And the ease of it and how pretty it is. And it's something that you can do with friends easily because, you come up from the dive, you can talk to each other, say, hey, I saw this down there, you go take a look at it now. Or, it's to me, it's with the freediving, it's much more, how do you say that, friendly in a way, because with scuba, you're down there, can't really talk to each other until you come up from the dive and then you move to the next dive site.
I see what you mean. Somehow it seems to be a little bit more adventurous and more sportive. And not that scuba diving can't be sportive, don't get me wrong, but it is adventurous and sportive. And I see that. And it's interesting that because of what you just brought up, you're younger and you've been doing this for a long time in your life, but then because you're younger, it's not for decades, but you've seen how it grows, but also how the gear is changing, because you've been brought up with regular foot pockets, and now we have this modular foot pocket, and now we have the modular foot pocket with the 29 degrees angle. Maybe you want to touch base on that, because that is quite a thing.
Yeah, so you know, the like you said, the modular foot pocket was a big change for not only Cressi but the industry as a whole. But then, you know, the whole experimentation with angles was a big thing. You've always in the past seen a very flat fin where it goes from the foot pocket to the blade. It's usually pretty flat, like a 10 to 15 degree angle. The idea behind that was, you know, you were more flat and streamlined in a way. And then also when you were surface kicking, it kept your blades more in the water when kicking on the surface, so which was big for spearfishing. As technology got better, people started looking at the body, you know, the anatomy of the body more. They realized that a flat fin isn't always the best. When Cressi released the 29 degree angle, the whole thought process behind this and kind of what Cressi found was that with that 29 degree angle, it takes a lot of stress off of your quads and your ankles. And it also allows your body to be more streamlined, because with the flatter angle, you're trying to compensate for basically that angle in your back. So it causes you to arch your back a lot more when you don't have an angle. So with that angle, it flattens out your back, makes your body more streamlined. And then when you're actually kicking up and down, your back kick is much more efficient as well, because it brings the fin more flat through the back kick and also keeping strain off your, you know, hips and ankles and quads. So the 29 degree angle was a big, you know, step forward for the freediving and spearfishing industry as a whole.
You expect that other manufacturers will follow Cressi and move to this as well, because the way you explain it is almost like a belief. It's strange not to have it.
Yeah, it's like there's a time and a place, I guess, for the flatter angle, but that 29 degree angle seems to be the sweet spot. And you know, I see a lot of manufacturers starting to work their way towards that. They're not there yet, but you know, it's one of those things that it's a game changer when it comes to comfort and being able to dive all day long.
Hey, I got a question for you before we move to the last innovation on the foot pocket, which is a nice bonus. Let's talk about it in a little bit. Can you take me away with you if you would advise somebody that is somehow new in the free diving and you want to buy your own fins, or maybe I'm one of those persons. I have more money than I can burn, and the very best is good enough for me. You know, what will be the advice? What is the good fin for me or for somebody that whoever? How you advise people in this? There's so many options, you know.
You know, for me, it's always a very loaded question, because there's so many different things that you can do with certain fins. I mean, for me, the best all-around fin that I've seen in industry wide has been, you know, the Cressi Gara Impulse. In terms of the performance that you get out of it, the quality of the blade, everything, and the price that you come in at, it's just, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's, you know, got characteristics and qualities of, you know, a higher end, let's say carbon or fiberglass blade, but it's still a polymer blade, and you get that, you know, you get the price tag of a plastic blade in a way. So really that fin seems to be, for me, the best option. But if you do want something like the 2,000 or 3,000, that's a great entry level fin. Those things are indestructible. They're proven. You know, you can do whatever you want to those fins. They're not going to break. Nothing's ever going to happen to them. They'll last forever. So yeah, I mean, if really the 2,000 or 3,000s, but the Impulse is, you know, if you want the best, newest, like, to me, it's the best fin that's ever been released in this industry.
It's interesting because I see what happens on our side of the industry with the Impulse, that we can't keep them in stock. And I thought and this is a bit naive because I like them, but I've been brought up with the 3000, and after that I had the modular foot pocket with my Gara, with my carbons, and I like them a lot. You know, I thought it was more above anything else because of how they look, because they just from the wall, the white one or the blue one, they look good. So you see, they're very Instagrammable, if that's even a word. You know what I mean?
That's exactly it. Yes. No, I mean, it's freediving, especially, has always been, at least in the last 5 to 7 years, has been something that's is about how you look. It's a fashion show for a lot of people. And you gotta have the pretty wetsuit or the pretty, the matching mask with the wetsuit and the snorkel. And then, you get into the fins and the impulse. It's just the shape of it, the design, the colors. It's a beautiful fin. It pops in pictures. It's, it works well. It's just an all around great fin for that.
So then when you think we have the perfect foot pocket because of the sizing and everything, then we have the 29 degrees, and then it happens. They take away a huge part of the tendons from the sides.
Yeah.
What was happening there?
Yeah. So then, Cressi had the Gara modular foot pocket for the longest time now. And in the last 2 years, we made a big change where we basically just cut off the tendons, which are the rubber pieces of the foot pocket that run up the side of the blade. Now, in the past, with previous technologies and materials that were being used, the blades weren't necessarily able to support themselves as well. So that rubber tendon running up the side, assisted in the support of the blade. In the last 5 years, especially within Cressi, they've done a lot of work with working with the materials and trying to find stronger plastics or whatever it may be, more flexible, more responsive plastics. And with the impulse materials and the technologies that they put into the impulse blade itself, they're able to cut those tendons off of the foot pocket and allow the blade to truly and freely move the way that it needs to. So, for example, in the impulse, it's got something called an S curve in it, which is when you kick, it's basically a full flex, full range of motion in the blade. When you have the tendons that are off to the side off the foot pocket running off the side of the blade, it allows the blade to fully move freely, get full performance out of it, gives you a whole nother experience of more efficiencies. It feels softer but more responsive. It's truly an incredible experience. And then if you move up into Cressi carbon blades, that's just a whole nother level of allowing the carbon to move the way that it needs to and move freely. Because at the end of the day, carbon is more responsive than rubber. So if you have rubber running up the sides of the carbon blades, you're hindering the blade from moving the way that it needs to. So, these turbo foot pockets where we cut off the tendons, it's a completely different ballgame when it comes to the feel of the fins.
There's a question from the chat. I don't know if it's YouTube or Facebook Live, any of those. It's in the chat. Let me help you here. The question is, with the impulse carbon blades, there are 4 different blade types. Can you please explain the application for each carbon XLD, MD, HF blades? That's the new carbon blades. We haven't talked about that. It's a good question. What do you want? Do you want me to help and remind you about this question later, or you want to talk about it now?
I'll give a brief explanation on it.
Let's talk about the carbon blades. Let's talk about it.
So the difference between those blades are going to be mainly the stiffnesses of them. There'll be a soft, medium, and hard, which goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the difference between the 2 and 3000, for example, with the soft and hard is, it all comes down to preference, how strong of a swimmer you are, how, heavy the diver might be, what type of how thick of neoprene you're using. If you're diving a 7 or 9 mil free dive suit, you might need a harder blade to get you through that first part of the free dive, rather than when you're wearing a 1 mil where I live in South Florida, or no neoprene at all. I don't have much buoyancy that I need to kick through at the beginning of a dive, so I can get away with the softer medium. But that's going to be the big difference between those 3, is going to be the stiffnesses of the blades.
There was a question from Dive Team on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I mean, those carbon blades are it's a true step up in quality for Cressi from with those carbon blades. They're truly phenomenal.
So do we sell those in the US as well?
Coming 2024.
Okay, so 2024.
Yep.
We'll show them at DEMA for people that have a dive shop and go there. So yeah, then I can only advise people to stay tuned on our social media and your store, because with all the respect for online dealers and people that buy stuff online, because I have an Amazon account, guilty. But if you buy free dive fins, I can only emphasize, go to a local store, fit them, because these food pockets, they need to sit snug in the right way. You need to have a professional that helps you with this. So I don't mind if you're in Spain, in France, in Italy, or in the United States. You make sure that you go to a professional and get sorted out in a proper way. Don't just go for a great cheap deal online, because you might end up not with the perfect product for your feet. Am I right?
100%. And Cressi's, we were very good at our sizing. One thing that people sometimes don't realize with us is that our sizing is based off of wearing a 3 to 5 mil booty. So if sometimes people don't wear booties, or for example, like again, I live in South Florida, a lot of times I'm wearing a 1 mil sock because it's very warm water here. So if I would get my true to size, a size 11, that's sized with the 3 to 5 mil booty, so it's going to fit big. So normally I would size down with that. Now, also another thing that Cressi comes with is that every Gara foot pocket or complete fin will come with these inserts or insoles. What you do is you cut them down to size, and what they do is they basically take up the extra space if you do change from like a 3 mil booty to a 5 mil booty, or from a 1 mil booty to a 3 mil booty. So you take those inserts out when you're using your thicker foot pocket or your thicker booty, and then you put the inserts back in when you use your thinner booties. So you always size with your bigger booty, and then you can use that insert to take up the space.
I heard good comments about it also from ladies, that even the smallest size was just not small enough. They put in the insert and then it's snug.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, no, we're the only ones that do it, and it makes a huge difference when it comes to people, because it allows you to have one pair of foot pockets rather than two. Because a lot of people that live in climates or areas where they dive, where during the summer months the water is significantly warmer than it is in the winter months, you got to have two different size foot pockets. With Cressi, you don't.
Yeah. Well, and another thing is, although fall started, winter will start sooner or later around the world, not in every part of the world, but that means often indoor season starts. So people go back to the pool, and you and I both know, and this is not a very nice way of saying it, because people look at free diving, beautiful cenotes in the ocean, in the Caribbean, and we've seen all these pictures everywhere. But most free divers are born in the pool.
Yep.
Because we just had Nanya talking about how she did her record, but don't get me wrong, it needs a lot of dedicated training to be able to equalize on depth and deeper and deeper. So to train is something you better do in a confined water situation, like in a warm pool. And during the winter, there's no excuse not to go into the water because it's cold outside. Much more logistics. You just go in the pool and you train. So you see that also in colder water, people buy thinner wetsuits for in the pool, plastic fins to use in the pool, and then their carbons for their target diving, and when they try to set a new PB, right?
Right.
Hey, and I've seen these beautiful Cressi blades with the shark from Ocean Ramsey. I don't have them myself, to be honest. Have you used them?
I have. They're very comfortable. They're perfect they were designed by a freediver for freedivers. They're not a blade that's meant for, your hardcore Spiro to go cover a bunch of ground and kick a bunch of current, but they're the perfect freediving fin. They'll allow you, your legs they won't take a ton of strain off of your legs. They're high performance. So, you're going to get a lot more efficiencies with each kick with those things. They're not going to kill your legs, and they're just an all-around great freediving fin. They are fiberglass material, so it's a composite. So it is going to be performance-wise a step up from your, a plastic fin, which is incredible. And you match those with the Gara modular foot pocket, and it's absolutely incredible fin, and it looks beautiful.
Why are they so expensive?
Because there's first off, fiberglass and carbon fiber, those composite materials in general are obviously more expensive. And then just the process that goes into building them is also very expensive. There's a lot of technology and machines that go into it. And you kind of get what you pay for. You want performance, you got to pay for performance.
Oh, it's worth it.
It's worth it, very much so. Yes, it's, I have my days where I kick my plastic fins in the pool, or if I'm shallow water diving or whatever it is. But most of the time, when I'm seriously free diving or spearfishing, it's fiberglass or carbon fiber, and those Ocean Ramses are one of my go-tos.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I think they're very flexible. And like I told you, I'm more the bulldog, so I don't really, I never took them for that reason. But I see that
it's a weird sensation. You don't feel like you're going anywhere because you're using so little energy and your muscles don't feel like they're working that hard. But you actually look at your dive times and depths, and they were working and you were going somewhere, which is a phenomenal feeling.
Using them every day. She knows what she's doing, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, look, another thing. We have a question from Omega Diving Academy on YouTube. They touched base on our little discussion about the carbon blades that we just talked about. They ask if we will have them on display at the DEMA. Have you seen that they are on the list?
We will have them at DEMA. I just received my first pairs of them 2-3 weeks ago, and long awaited. But no, I did do some dives with them. They're incredible. We will have samples at DEMA to show off, and the 2 different models that we'll be offering. And we're very excited to present them. They're a very big step up for Cressi in terms of the carbon world. So we're very excited.
Yeah, people at dive team probably don't understand why we don't have them in the US yet, but that's just how it is. It's a huge world, and the belief is spreading, and now it's entering the United States of America. But people in Spain with Cressi have always been a little bit ahead of us.
Yeah, no, they try out all the good stuff, and then we take it over here.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, and what else? Fin wise.
I do want to touch base on the carbon a little bit more. So there's usually in carbon manufacturing, there's 2 different ways of basically making the fin and molding the fin. There's a way called vacuum molding, which is what the majority of manufacturers do. And then there's compression molding. Vacuum molding is basically you put the layers of carbon together with resin, and then you put it in a vacuum, but that's only good to about 1 or 2 atmospheres of pressure. And that's what pushes all the layers of carbon together and infuses the carbon with the resin. With the compression molding that's used on these, it allows, us in our manufacturing to pack more layers of carbon together and more resin infused into that. So that way it makes a stronger bond. We're using about 8 to 10 atmospheres of pressure to make that. So all it does is create a much stronger, more efficient fin that's going to be much better for the end user.
You mean like much better, but is that like stronger, more durable?
It's stronger, more durable, and at the end of the day, the carbon is what needs to work. A lot of times you'll see fins that are just caked in resin, and that's because to compensate for not getting as much resin into the fibers of the carbon, they kind of had to cake it on the outside. So it takes away from the performances of the fin. With the higher, compression molding, you're able to infuse more resin into the carbon rather than it's just sitting on the outside.
We're not here to talk bad about any Cressi product or whatever brand, obviously, but I've broken carbon fins, and I'm sure that there's people listening that have broken carbon fins also from Cressi. Is this something that with this new technique is even more eliminated? And that could have been on me, stress, whatever, and I'm using them on a daily basis. Anyhow.
I mean, everybody that has used carbon fins religiously has broken a pair of carbon fins. And a lot of times it's, I don't like saying this, but user error in a way that they break. And I've done it before too, especially in spearfishing when I'm laying on the bottom and having to kick up hard off the bottom to fight a fish or something like that, they will break. So yes, to answer your question, with this, they will make the fins stronger. At the end of the day, It's still not indestructible. Nothing's indestructible. But this will make our fins significantly stronger than, a lot of other fins in the market and fins that we've had in the past as well. And it's going to make for a stronger all around, better performing fin. But at the end of the day, it's still carbon.
And it should be part of your routine as a beginner, intermediate, professional freediver spearfisher. Put your mask in a hard protective cover in the box.
Yep.
Put your fins in the bag. Don't throw them in the back of your pickup, hurrying to the happy hour, because sooner or later you will chip up a part of your carbon blade, and that's where it starts to delaminate, etc.
Yeah, the majority of the times that people say, "Oh, I broke my carbon blades," it was a cooler on the boat slid around into the fin and snapped it, or they closed it in their car door, or they were shoving it into their fin bag trying to make space and broke the tip or whatever it may be. 95% of the time it's not done when actually diving. So
no, it's true. That's the reality of it. But yeah, I just want to take away the emotion from people that if they've ever had that moment, that we have now newer blades that are even more durable. And I like that, new techniques. We can do things now that we could not imagine years ago, just because of new product, new materials, new techniques.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can see it in what we're releasing in the last 5 years and what we have to come in our fins. It's that Cressi's put a lot of time and effort into researching materials and making them better and stronger, so that way we can continue to grow this line that has been successful for us and continue to make it successful.
So not going to the most expensive fins from Ocean Ramsey, but the way you try to explain it, the way I listen to it, is that if you have your 3000s, you've been using them for a long time, you're somehow stuck in a certain depth or in a certain technique, you could at least jump into one of the stores, check out the carbon blade, because that's the next level and it's worth the money.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes the diving more enjoyable. It makes it takes a lot of strain off of your body. I might not say you're going to go from a 60-foot freediver to a 100-foot freediver, but you might gain 10 or 15%, or your bottom times might increase. You might be able to dive longer throughout the day because your kicks the amount of kicks it takes you to get to 60 feet with the carbon fin compared to a plastic fin might be 10 or 15% less. And your breath hold might not be better, but you'll be saving your body, you'll be saving a lot more energy to dive longer throughout the day more efficiently.
Well, you pay a little bit, but you really get something extra, because a lot of the stuff that's out there is just fashion, and people want to look cool, like we talked about earlier. This is their profile picture. They want to look like they're worth it, but this is definitely something. Okay, hey, and something else. Do you want to touch base briefly about wetsuits as well?
Yeah, we can. What you got for me?
Because you have been spending a tremendous amount of time in designing new wetsuits and helping us with that. Now, those wetsuits have been fairly successful. Yeah. And the biggest change, not for you, but for me, is definitely the camouflage prints that you brought on board.
Yeah, so we came out with the Lampuga, I think, at the beginning of 2021. Which Lampuga in Italian is mahi-mahi, dolphin fish, dorado, whatever you want to call it. We've all had it. We've all seen it. Big blue and yellow, beautiful colors. And so we released the Lampuga, especially here in the US. And, not only is it pretty, but it's functionally, it works very well. Freediving suits, I don't think people put enough weight in how important a freediving suit is, or spearfishing suit is, because they just want to look good, or it might be a price-driven thing, or whatever it may be. But not having a proper fitting or good stretch or whatever it may be, freediving or spearfishing suit can really take away from the performance that you're going to get while freediving. I've always, freediving is a very unique form of diving where if 10% can be the difference sometimes. And, having an extra 10% of lung capacity can be the difference sometimes. And so, for example, in the Lampuga, we looked at the cut and the way that it fits to the body and the materials that were being used to allow for a lot of stretch a very good cut in the chest and shoulder area. And what this allows is for you to basically expand your lungs, because your lungs and your rib cage are designed to expand. Your shoulders are designed to expand to increase your lung capacity. If you have a stiff wetsuit or a bad fitting wetsuit, it's going to hinder your lungs and your rib cage and your shoulders from expanding the way that it needs to. So with the Lampuga, we use, a very, very high-end open cell neoprene. The liner on the outside is a very stretchy and comfortable liner. And the cut, if you actually look at the wetsuit itself, it has a ton of different paneling that goes around the shoulders and the neck and the chest, which allows your chest and shoulder and neck to expand to its maximum capacity and not hinder that from happening. So you are basically maximizing your lung capacity, which is maximizing your fuel, which is maximizing your dive time. So it is, designed as a spearfishing suit because we have the chest and the chest loading pad, the knee pads, the elbow pads, but really it's a phenomenal freediving suit as well.
People buy that anyhow, not because they want to go spearfishing, but because it looks good.
Exactly. It's a beautiful suit with the yellows and the gold hues in it, with a tint of brown. It really pops underwater. And, I get a lot of questions like, is the camouflage, like, do you really need to have, a blue camouflage for blue water or green for green water? And my answer is always no. What the camouflage does is it breaks up your profile and makes you look like an environment. That's all it is. It's not about looking like a human. It's about looking like an environment. And that's, what the camouflage does.
Yeah, for me, I'm from another world because I really come from the school of parks.
Yeah.
But because I freedive a lot and I have all these wetsuits, I always scuba dive in my freedive wetsuit because I just love to be warm.
Yeah.
And it's that any given freedive suit is warmer because you miss out on that zipper and you have to double. So you have your trousers up high and then you have your beaver tail between your legs. So even if you have the urge to release some pressure on the water, it's easier to do it without being in your wetsuit. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, you get that double layer neoprene in the chest and stomach area, which is nice.
Yeah, nice and warm. Nice and warm. That's what it is. You don't want to have a leaking mask. You don't want to get cold. Simple as that.
No, they're much warmer than most scuba suits, which is a definite plus.
Yeah. Hey, and another thing. Well, we're talking this last hour of CIVE a lot about products, because there's a lot of questions about it and a lot of misunderstanding. So one of the things that you surprised me with, and this is a lot of kudos for you, Luca, the gloves that you brought to the table,
yes,
are going like the cupcakes.
Yeah, no, it's a very successful product.
So why is it such a successful product?
Not only is it one of those things that whether you're scuba diving, free diving, spearfishing, it kind of goes hand in hand with cleaning the beach, doing yard work, gardening, whatever it may be. You want a strong, durable glove to protect your hands. And so, that's why we released the conch and the hex. The conch was very much here to, everyday use glove. It's comfortable. It allows your fingers to move around. It doesn't hinder your hands from moving, but it gives you a lot of, protection for your hands. It gives you good grip. You got the wrist strap that, keeps everything nice and in place. It's cut resistant. It's puncture resistant. Now, I get the question all the time, does it protect against lionfish? No, it doesn't. There's not many gloves that protect against lionfish. A lot of times, if you do want a glove that protects against lionfish, it's not very comfortable to wear. The conch is going to be kind of like your every dive. You can do garden work with it in the morning and go do your dive in the afternoon and, wear the same glove. And then the hex we came out with as, you're just absolute to go to war underwater, whether it's cleaning up the reef or, going spearfishing or, whatever it may be, cleaning the bottom of the boat. Yeah, exactly. Cleaning the bottom of boats. It's a glove that's got the knuckle protection. The hex, grip, where it gets its name from, is a pattern that's on the actual palm itself. It gives a profile to the glove so that way, even when it's wet, you still get, a lot of grip with it.
And there's research behind it. It's not just a funny design.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of R&D, a lot of time me spent in the water diving with it and making sure that it was going to hold up the test of time. And they've done phenomenally well, and it's gloves that I know people they just love them. They have two pairs of them. They got the conch and they got the hex, and I dive them every day, so it's been a really good success.
Yeah, I got another question, and I think this is a good question because I can relate to this one. So we also have this. It's about the fin. Sorry, it's about the impulse fin.
Okay.
But we also have it in a shorter version, which is called the sprint. So before we dive into the question, I love my sprint because I always train as you fight. So I even use my sprints for regular free dive training, because then as soon as I really need to use my impulse, I'm on steroids. It's like I have extra, you know what I mean? So these
100%.
The question is if these sprints is a scuba fin or if it's also a free dive fin. And I already answered it a little bit from my angle, but go ahead.
No, to me, it's both. It's people ask me, I get that question all the time as well, and it's both. I've used it for actually the first time I used that fin, I was with Mr. Cressi in Genoa, and we went out diving on his boat, and he wouldn't let me take out the impulse. He wouldn't let me use the long blade fins. He gave me the sprints. I mean, we were diving, 50, 60 feet free diving. So it was, normally I would like to have my long blade fins there, and he gave me the sprints. He's like, just use these. I was blown away by how well they performed. I mean, I was doing 50, 60 foot free dives, which, I mean, I'm not a 130-meter diver like our previous guest, but I like to think that I can get down there. But I mean, on that side of the fin, doing a 60-foot free dive it seemed easy, but for me, they're just a great all-around fin, because now that I scuba dive more, I can scuba in them, I can pool train in them, and then really what I love them for is when I go, for example, here in Fort Lauderdale where I live, there's a lot of good shallow water spearfishing to go get lobsters, and I can go do that in the morning and catch lobsters in the morning for them to eat them in the afternoon. But it's shallow; it's 15 feet of water. I don't need these long free dive fins to get down 15 feet. I mean, I'm 6 foot long. You add 3 feet of fin on the back of me. That's 10 feet.
Yeah.
By the time my fins get in the water with those things, I'm already on the bottom.
Yeah.
So I love to use them for that. I love to use them for scuba diving. They're just really great all around fin. And with them being modular with the foot pocket, you can easily swap out and put the impulse blades in, and you got your long blade deep free diving fin.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So I already spoiled a little bit because I use them for free diving, but to train. So if you do like 100 feet, I do just up and down without doing any free fall, just to train. And to train muscles, the oxygen retention, and based on that, you're really training yourself in the hard way. But the other part of the answer is this: yes, it is a scuba fin, because, like we just explained, here we have the world's best foot pocket with everything to it. And then you need to have a full foot fin for on your boat, for boat diving or whatever, scuba diving. Then yes, the sprint is still the best foot pocket. It doesn't matter what you're doing with it. It's the best foot pocket. It's very comfortable, snug, and it will bring you wherever you want. So if you're diving from a boat or wherever you use a full foot pocket, sprint is definitely not your most affordable option because it has all these patents to it, but it's probably one of your best full foot fins out there.
Yes, 100%.
So you can 100%. Do with good question. We need more of those.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean just that sprint and impulse combo. If you're somebody that scuba dives and free dives, having both of those at your fingertips, it's a different world. It's truly incredible.
So it's the same with running. If you have the best sports shoes out there, it doesn't necessarily make you a good runner. You need to train. You need to run yourself. Same as with free diving. But I do know that it does motivate you if you got good gear. So if you're here, you're listening now live on YouTube, Facebook, or maybe later you're listening in somewhere for yourself, or maybe you want to spoil your loved ones or your brother or your sister with a nice gift. Christmas is not around the corner, but it's not very far away. What would be a phenomenal starter package for somebody that loves the ocean, spends time close to the ocean, to start advanced snorkeling, as I call it, free diving?
Well, before I get into that, you say that Christmas isn't right around the corner, but yet my local Costco has had, which is a big warehouse store here in the States, for the people that aren't familiar, have had Christmas decorations out since early October. So it's more around the corner here than most people would think. But no, really, I mean, for a good entry level set, I would say the Guard Professional set. It comes with the mass snorkel and a long blade freediving fin. Phenomenal price. I think here in the States we're sub $200 on that, and you get high quality products to get you into the water. If you want, the best of the best from Cressi, but still at an affordable price, I would say Impulse Fin, Corsica Snorkel, and the Atom Mask. That combo is
Atom Mask.
Gonna make it very comfortable, great freediver, great way to get into the sport and be comfortable and know that you have very good solid gear to start your freediving process.
Thierry, you're mute, but I hear you respond. I have an idea. Why don't we give away an Atom Mask to somebody that's listening, either now on YouTube, Facebook Live, or wherever? I have a question that I like to ask, and then this is the question. The first person that sends an email with the right answer to CIVE@Cressi.com will receive an Atom Mask. So the first person that sends an email to CIVE@Cressi.com will receive an Atom Mask. And it should have the right answer. And the question is, because I like her a lot, what is the exact depth in feet or meters of the world record from Nanya? And when and where did she got that record? When and where, and what's the exact depth? So the first person that sends an email to CIVE@Cressi.com will get an Atom Mask, which is worth, I don't even know how much that's worth in Europe, like €100, maybe?
Yeah, the pricing are a bit different in Europe and in the US, but anyway, it's a great giveaway for European or American, Asian, African, Oceanian markets.
Yeah. So regardless where you are, send an email to CIVE@Cressi.com with the exact depth in meters or feet, I don't care, that Nanya has a world record, and when and where did she get it? And Nanya, you cannot compete. You're excluded.
And France
your
too.
wife Judith is also excluded from competition.
France is also excluded.
No, but France has a warehouse full of Atom Masks. He doesn't need one more. No, that's it.
You're mute, Dale.
That because I cough so often, all the time I'm muted. Sorry about that. But sorry that I interrupted you in our discussion because you mentioned the Atom. I think, yeah, we need to give away an Atom. Because
I love it.
A phenomenal mask.
I love the impromptu giveaway.
So me, I use the Nano, and a lot has to do with the big fat nose that I have. I love a Nano, Calibro, all of our Cressi masks. I have an Atom, but you know how it is. I'm in love with my Nano, so I use it still. Are you using the Atom now?
All I use. It's all I use. Yeah, it's all I use. It's that mask is phenomenal. It's so comfortable. It's so low volume.
Also, we should have more colors of it, right?
Yeah, bring out a tie-dye one too.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Why not do it? That's
I
good.
love it. It's so good.
Hey, we it's not that we have a few minutes left, but I wanted to start to prepare the fact that we need to sooner or later stop CIVE, because last year Thierry went around the world in 24 hours, and the year before that we had another concept, and next year we will have another concept again. I love the title Aquatic Dialog. Federica, who does not say a lot, who was introduced at the very beginning of our CIVE as leading this part for the marketing from Geneva, Italy. Federica, thank you very much for everything you did.
Thank you too. It was a pleasure to work on this project.
But this is who you are. You have studied for exactly this, event management, organize these kind of things. You do a phenomenal job in it. Can't be done without you in any way. But more important is the start. Thierry, who is leading this, who has been working on recreating our Cressi e-learning, something that you will all learn more about through Cressi Facebook and all our blogs and other means. Stay tuned, because that Cressi e-learning, the Cressi University.com, is not only for dive operators or world record holders, that's for anybody that loves the ocean. You do not necessarily need to be a Cressi customer. You're welcome as part of the family regardless. So, Thierry, you did a phenomenal job there. And with all the online presentations, I look forward to shake your hands physically next week.
Next
and then
1 week, yes, we are. Yeah.
In 1 week, we're together, because as a Cressi family from all around the world, we travel. December, I'm back in Geneva with Federica. But before that, in a few weeks, I'm in New Orleans at DEMA together with Luca, who lives in Florida. So we're all around the globe, but we're very much connected. And we want to thank everybody for you as a listener, watcher, to tune in for another CIVE. You were very welcome. And we hope to learn more about your questions and requests towards CIVE next year. We don't have a date yet. Am I right, Thierry?
We don't have the date yet, of course, but we will be there.
Coming again. Thank you. Thierry, is there anything else that I forgot?
No, I would like to thank you also, all the speakers who were there today, because for all of us, it's the peak season, especially for the commercial team, the sales team. So it was a very great job. And also thanks to the Cressi family to trust in such events online, because it's with their help that we can manage so big event today.
We have a winner.
And we have probably a winner if you double check the exact date.
Okay, so let me check the date. I will check the date, but otherwise, people that answer will know that it's something. There is 130 meters in Egypt on the 18th of October 2015, and the answer is from Jan de Bruin from South Africa. And if that answer is correct, Jan, you have won your mask. Congratulations on that. If you know the answer is wrong, you can still send in your right answer to CIVE@Cressi.com. But in the meantime, I know that Luca is craving some lunch, and Federica needs dinner, and all in between. Everybody, thank you very much. Luca, thanks for the hour. It's always a pleasure to learn and listen to you.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you guys for staying up so late and making all this happen. Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, thank you all.
See you next year.
See you next year.